Welcome back to the observers, and sorry for taking so long. We tried to find a common way forward how to deal with divergences of opinions on parts of our products. Unfortunately, it was not possible for us to conclude on a common approach, so we will take it one by one, and we will resume the discussion on the definitions report, and I hand over again to Diane.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We presented the report and we had a healthy discussion about it, both in the closed session, and I think at this point we don't have an agreement on the report. If I may report back to the co-chairs, my recommendation could be that we leave the decision for a little later in the afternoon, or we can take a decision now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. We leave the decision for later, as there may be a sort of package solution to more than one report, because they all are, or some of them are intrinsically linked. So we will come back to the definitions report at a later stage today. Thank you very much for that. And I now hand over to my co-chair, Sahir, for the next agenda item.
Thank you very much, Traude. Next, we're going to do agenda item 3C, work relating to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement. I'd like to thank Ali and Kevin for the new iterations of the inputs and invite them to facilitate the discussions. I give the floor to Kevin or Ali. Ali, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zahir. And let me first express appreciation for the productive discussion we had yesterday on the work related to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement. Both me and my fellow co-facilitator, Kevin, have revised the drafts presented yesterday in light of the guidance we received from the SCF members. And the Secretariat has already circulated the latest versions of the draft reports. I will start with the updates in the latest version of the draft synthesis report in view of the discussions held. Afterwards, I'll briefly explain updates in the latest draft on the mapping report. And since there were a lot of common grounds and we received a very few number of comments, and that's why the changes are not long. On the synthesis report, the following changes have been made. The concerns about adequate reflection of the views in the submissions of the AGN and others with regard to the unintentional consequences and financial and economic risks, including stranded assets, have been taken on board in the spirit of the suggested text received from Diane. These considerations were reflected in the submissions, have been integrated in the overview section, paragraph 8, as well as 11F, and most prominently in the relevant section dedicated to the implementation. The potential table on scope of Article 2 or 1C has not been included, as no agreement in the plenary discussion was visible yesterday. As agreed upon and announced, the clean text of the draft reports, synthesis report, do not mention any countries or groupings. And now turning to the mapping report, to finalize the draft mapping report, we have adopted the following updates and changes based on the comments received. Number one, we have integrated additional suggestions on relevant initiatives and methodologies proposed by AGN, Switzerland, and Saudi Arabia in the section 4B, 3C, and 3B, making sure that balance is achieved in particular with regard to relevance to Article 9 and just transition consideration. In addition, an introductory paragraph at the start of the section 4B now clearly clarifies the approach to the mapping, in that the report expresses no views on how Article 9 and Article 21C nor any other articles of the Paris Agreement relate to each other. With this, I hand over the floor to Kevin for his remarks and afterwards moderating the discussion like he did before. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Appreciate that overview, which I think is comprehensive and reflects the discussions we had yesterday. I think we are in the privileged position of having relatively few edits compared to some of the other documents, so I'm hopeful we can get these over the line here without too much additional effort at this point. So to start off, I think Ali and I have decided it would be useful to start with the synthesis specifically because there were fewer comments on that. As Ali mentioned, there have been a couple of adjustments in addition to the deletion of the very skeleton table of the elements related to scope of Article 21C. The main change has been really the adjustment to paragraph 8 in the overview section, which reflect the comments from both Richard and Diane yesterday. Frankly, that's the main thing that has been adjusted here. So we'll point folks to this. I believe it is 8C, just for people to see where that is here. So I'll let people take a look at that, and we'll open the floor for comments or inputs. Seeing none, glancing at Diane to make sure she's happy. Good. In that case, is the SCF ready to consider this particular document adopted and move on to the mapping? Good, good. All right. Let's go on to the mapping in that case. Really appreciate the hard work on this one, everybody. So on the mapping, again, as Ali mentioned, there have been a couple of changes integrating relevant suggestions on initiatives and methodologies proposed by the AGN, Switzerland, and Saudi Arabia. If we could just pull those up, those are in relation to PACTA from Gabriella. There was the submissions from Abdel on the Clean Energy Ministerial. So let's do PACTA first. Where has that gone to? Yeah, so there we are. So paragraphs 56 and 57 are the PACTA additions. Can we also find the submissions on the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation? So that's 48 and 49, which were added. And then we also have the addition of information related to DBSA, which was proposed by Richard. Right, and that's there in paragraph 103. So all three of those additions have been made. I suspect that those are relatively uncontroversial. With regard to what I imagine is the last outstanding issue, let's go to paragraph 99. Yes. So first order of business, just to note that there's a formatting error here, and this was intended to be 2 paragraphs. So if we could, just go ahead, Leo, and separate those. So the key addition that Ali and I have made is paragraph what is now 100. That's in the wrong, sentence below. What will be paragraph 100 in just a moment is the exact articulation of Article 9 of the Paris Agreement as it was previously. So the addition, recognizing the comments about the lack of common understanding about the relationship between Article 2.1c and Article 9, we have very clearly referenced here that there remain a divergence of views of parties and non-party stakeholders here, and directed people to the synthesis document where that is discussed. We also received an additional submission yesterday about the relationship between Article 2.1c, Article 9, and other elements of the Paris Agreement. Given that this section specifically is about the relationship between Article 2.1c and Article 9, Ali and I have proposed this final sentence, which reads, "This mapping also does not take a view on the relationship between Article 2.1c, Article 9, and any other article of the Paris Agreement." So just making very clear at the outset of this section that we are not, in this very technical mapping document, taking a view or an interpretation on the relationship between various aspects. So, with that, these are the key changes that have been made, and would open the floor for comments and feedback on this. Abdel.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for all of the efforts. I don't want to really touch any of the text. I think you've done a splendid job reflecting, the different views and noting that there's no maybe consensus. However, just in the spirit of the same way that I think the Article 9 paragraphs are still there. I think it would be very useful to also apply the same treatment to other paragraphs or articles in the Paris Agreement. Not too much, just something that, because if it's Article 9 or Article 2.1c or 2, then that's useful, just to put it in context. So I think maybe it would be useful to add as a reference, just like the other articles, the 9.1, I imagine, and 9.3, right? That's there. Maybe we could also add Article 3 of the Paris Agreement, which basically outlines that the NDCs will achieve Article 2, which includes 2.1c, as defined in Articles 4, 7, and 9, among others. So that would be a useful reference, and just the same, same way we reflected the Article 9 paragraphs. I think it would be maybe also useful to reference, since we're talking about finance, maybe 1 CP 21 paragraph 52, which states that financial resources provided to developing country parties should enhance the implementation of their policies, strategies, regulations, and actions, and their climate change actions with respect to both mitigation and adaptation to contribute to the achievement of the objective of the Paris Agreement, which is Article 2. Again, it's 1 CP 21, paragraph 52. So that also relates to Article 2, which includes Article 2.1c and finance. So I think these are good references to just, put things into context. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments, Abdel, and the thanks for the good work across the rest of the documents. So Ali and I have worked really hard to try to get this in a good place for us. So when Ali and I had discussed this yesterday, the thought here was that we've already sort of reproduced in paragraph 100 verbatim what is in Article 9. The outline that was previously agreed is specifically about the relationship of Article 2.1c to Article 9, and therefore we felt that it didn't necessarily make sense to bring in other articles in the text here, because it would imply either particular relationships between them in Article 2.1c and Article 9, or we would be referencing some articles and not others, unless we reproduced the entirety of the Paris Agreement within this area. That said, welcome the proposals about additional aspects you might want to bring in and see here. I think the question to the group then is whether or not in this section, which is about the relationship between Article 2.1c and Article 9, if we would want to see insertions of other specific references to Paris Agreement articles or other decisions here and how we might reflect that. So we've got a proposal from Abdel to add some other articles here, and would welcome thoughts on that from others. I see Matthias. Matthias?
Thanks, and really thanks for all the work on both of these reports. Just reflecting on Abel's proposals, I mean, maybe if you would just, it would be helpful maybe just if you provide a bit more rationale for why, particularly those articles which you referenced. And as to Kevin's suggestion, I mean, if we are to include references, or your invitation, Kevin, to include further references, maybe we should add in this particular context, and also I can't remember now the exact paragraph numbers, but the references in the Glasgow Climate Pact to phasing down coal and phasing out fossil fuels, because I think that's particularly relevant in relation to 2.1c. Thanks.
Thanks, Matthias. Appreciate the suggestion. To be honest, I think this is what Ali and I are trying to avoid, which is a regurgitation of the wide variety of other decisions that have been taken, both with regard to the Paris Agreement articles in the Glasgow Climate Pact since, hence our very thrifty proposal about the not taking a view on the relationship between any of these aspects. We have a proposal to add some additional pieces on fossil fuel investments. I think, again, Ali and I's view is to keep it tight, but again, we're in your hands here. Gabriela?
Thank you, Kevin. From what I recall, we have included in the outline this section because the relevance to Article 9 was of particular concern for many non-Annex 1 members of the SEF. And when you look at the submissions and the synthesis paper, thanks for that, that's actually a case, right? You see in many submissions, many countries, parties, make a statement about that relationship. I think in our submission from the EIG, we also made a statement about that. So that's why this section was agreed originally in the outline. Having said that, so I'd be fine to keep it like that, but having said that, happy to expand it and change the title to relevance of to other articles of the Paris Agreement, and then include the mitigation article, because fully agree that 2.1c is a key article to actually implement the mitigation article of the Paris Agreement. Happy to have a reference to Article 2, where 2.1c is embedded, a reference to the adaptation article, because 2.1c is a critical article to implement the adaptation article. We can do that. And if we do start to integrate also decisions, I think Matthias made an excellent suggestion of an important decision we should also reference.
Thanks, Gabriela. So a proposal to adjust the header here to relevance to other articles of the Paris Agreement. I do think personally a little concerned about that, given that the content is quite heavily skewed toward Article 9 at the moment, and we would really need to pretty thoroughly rework this section, I imagine. But again, we're in your hands on this. Abdel, next.
Thank you, Kevin. I think maybe we should limit ourselves to references maybe from the agreement, since that's where Article 9 appears. Maybe just what we have in Article 9, 9.1 and 9.3, which was in the original draft when we started the meeting. The only reason I proposed including that particular decision was because it related to finance. But I don't think the other decisions proposed relate as are as closely related. So maybe we should just limit ourselves to references to the Paris Agreement, the relevant provisions, whether they're Article 9, 9.1, 9.3, and Article 3 dealing with the NDCs, since they refer to Article 2, which includes Article 2.1c. So I think, and again, all of this is agreed language. The decisions, I don't think we have to include decisions, even the one I proposed, because it's already addressed by Article 9. It would be redundant. And I don't think we need, I wouldn't agree with reference to Glasgow, even though it's agreed, but it's not the exact context. We're dealing with Article 9 specifically here. And, of course, we would have to have a reference to Article 9. And Article 9 itself is mentioned in Article 3. So, yes, limit maybe the references to Article 9 and Article 3 dealing with NDCs. I think that should be sufficient. No need to go into decisions or other content. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdel. So a suggestion to limit ourselves to other articles of the Paris Agreement and exclude decisions which have been taken. I might ask a question which is frankly a little rhetorical. Which other articles of the Paris Agreement do we consider relevant to Article 2.1c? I suspect there will be very many. Matthias, maybe you can answer that for us. And Gabriella, I've got you next.
Right, so sit back and enjoy. Here we have. No, but thanks for Abdel for that clarification in terms of decisions. I mean, I'm fine to leave out references to decisions as well. I mean, 2 points on the suggestions to make a reference to Article 3. I mean, on the one hand, we had the mandate from COP26 was in relevance with Article 9 specifically. So, I mean, that's what I guess we should be doing here. And as I think, as colleagues have said, it was in there because of concerns from some parties in relation to how Article 2.1c should be interpreted. So that's why we have Article 9 here, which is fine. But I think a concern from my side, if we make that specific reference to the NDCs, which of course are a key element of the Paris Agreement, and Article 2.1c in particular is sort of in a way supporting the implementation of the NDCs. But a concern which we have in relation to the NDCs presently, which we can see that the NDCs are nowhere near enough to be actually keeping us under 1.5. And in our mind, the full implementation of Article 2.1c will actually bring us to 1.5, or help us limit temperature rise to 1.5. So if we would sort of reference the NDCs, I would be concerned that we would, as a committee, be presenting an idea that the NDCs at this point are enough for keeping ambition to where it should be, which in my mind it doesn't at the moment. So therefore we need a full implementation of 2.1c to ensure that we're actually getting to the full implementation of the totality of Article 2, meaning also keeping us under 1.5. So I don't see that that specific reference to NDCs in such a way helps us to understand the implications of 2.1c. And therefore, I would not support having that specific reference unless, we reference the whole agreement in itself, because that would more correctly reflect the kind of ambition that we need. Thanks.
Thanks, Matthias. Gabriella?
I actually agree with Abdel that all of the Paris Agreement is agreed language. I really hope we all agree with that. And so I wouldn't have a problem with referencing any relevant articles that any member feels relevant. For myself, I have to say that the article on mitigation, which is Article 4, from what I remember, I already start to quote articles. Details, thinking of details. And Article 7, which is on the adaptation part, because in Article 2.1c it says low emission and climate resilient development, and these two articles are the essential two articles for the implementation of that. So I would absolutely need to see those two, but happy if Abdel thinks for him Article 3 is very relevant, so we take that in as well. And if anyone else needs to see a certain reference, sorry to make you work, though.
Appreciate your apologies. Ali and I are really stretching ourselves thin with the outstanding issues on this one compared to everybody else. So we've been putting in extra effort here. I see Ivan at the end of the table. I know it's hard to see each other down there. Ivan, go ahead.
Thank you. First, just a small clarification. I think that we still need to acknowledge that we are seeing 2.1c quite different, and it's important to not, at this stage, not to deepen that divergence. I don't see any indication that making finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse emissions equates to net zero or equates to not surpassing 1.5. I think that's already captured in A, and to link them in such a awkward way, it's only going to increase our heated debates. And I had only a small addition on the text. Maybe a correction. In order to convey the full idea of Article 2, it's important that we reflect Article 2.2 accurately. And in paragraph 4, bullet point C, it speaks on, or it is telling us about principles embedded in the Paris Agreement, such as respective national capabilities. That is not a principle, right? The principle is very precisely stated in 2.2, and I would suggest to reflect it as accurate as possible. Thank you. I'm sorry, on overview, the fourth, are we in the same document? Well, I am talking about the synthesis. I think you're in the mapping, right? Or are we in the same document?
We're in the mapping, to be clear.
Okay, so I just found what I just said on the mapping, on the synthesis document, not on the mapping. Sorry.
Appreciate that, Ivan. And just to clarify that again, the synthesis reflects the views submitted by parties, often in their own language and wording, and we are talking about the mapping at the moment. So let's maybe go back to paragraph 99. I see Abdel's hand is up here. Go ahead, Abdel.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Matthias's. I believe you required further clarification on the NDC, on the justification. I do agree that the NDCs, or at least their aggregate, is not quite there, right? And more needs to be done. But that's why I think we're discussing finance and Article 9, because it's one of the elements of the Paris Agreement, and it's the first step in implementation. Finance, and I think many parties think that more could be done. So yes, nobody's disputing that the NDCs aren't there. Some say it's because of Article 9 and other financial issues. Others say because it's. But I think no one disputes that we're not there in terms of NDCs or even finance, and that doesn't preclude anything happening outside of the agreement. But then, outside of the agreement, we have, those are non-parties, and they could do whatever they want, and they're certainly welcome, to complement and supplement, whatever we're doing. But I don't think anybody's bailing out on NDCs, saying, well, NDCs are not enough, we have to go beyond. We're doing that, but NDCs are still, NDCs are the biggest game in town as far as climate action globally. So I think that's, and my reference to Article 3, dealing with NDCs, by the way, includes references to Articles 4, 7, and all of the other articles, right? So I think not all of them, but most of them. So it was just there, and we're not elaborating or anything. We're just saying that it's there. So I don't think we need any further references. Maybe I support Ivan's, I think it was a proposal to, or clarifications, certainly, on 2.2. That's part of Article 2, and I think we need to take Article 2.1c in the context of Article 2. And while I have the floor, I was just looking at the paragraphs. I don't think we need paragraph 104. I think it goes into the Glasgow Climate Pact. I think we all agreed upon this, but it's not part of the, I think, the context of the relevance to Article 9. And I think we just had a discussion, you know, if we get into decisions or something, we could be here all day coming up with our favorite, you know, decisions. So maybe we could do without 104, recognizing that we already agreed upon it before, but here we're addressing the relevance. Again, we're not talking about even Article 2.1c, but the relevance of Article 9 to 2.1c. That's the issue here. So, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Abdel. If we can actually, sorry, Leo, could we stay on paragraph 99 for just one more second? If I might make a quick proposal that might be, again, another thrifty way of resolving this. So we've heard a little bit of discussion about Articles, I've heard 3, 4, and 7 mentioned so far. So what if we just added, and any other article of the Paris Agreement, including Articles 3, 4, and 7? Is that sufficiently inclusive for folks? I see Gabriella happily putting her hand down. Would that addition do the job? Flexible? All right, I'm seeing flexibility from Abdel. So can we get that up on the screen, Leo? Yeah, 3, 4, and 7. Good. We all happy with that? This is my question exactly, but... Okay, so seeing no further hands on this one, I think we're sorted on paragraph 99. I heard one last proposal from Abdel on paragraphs, was it 104 or 124? 104. 104. Which is, I guess, now 105. And your proposal was to just delete this paragraph. I see a hand from Gabriella. Gabriella?
Just to make the reference that this speaks to just transition, which was very important to be added in response to what we heard yesterday from Richard. So, I mean, honestly, I don't have a big problem if we remove just transition, but I know that, for example, the African group, this is a really important issue. So, and again, it's the approach of this is out there, and there are groups of parties who would like that well, it's part of the mapping, the just transition being an element to be considered under 2.1c. We added it in the synthesis, clearly stated by parties that this is important for them. So in the mapping itself, not including the just transition element, I guess, would be problematic, but...
Okay, so we have an argument to keep from Gabriella, but with some flexibility there. I agree with folks descending on DRC today and tomorrow. I'm a little worried about taking out language our AGN friends quite like. Diane, what do you think?
Okay, so we can, in the context of Article 2.1c, and I mentioned it seemed like 300 days ago, but in the past few days, I think we all agree at COP26 on this text in terms of the Glasgow Pact. And we're all committed to doing it, and Article 2.c is one tool and pathway to get this done. But as I said yesterday, that we have to be careful and ensure that there are safeguards and just transition. So we can't just impose it on countries and that are not ready, and we have not done the work before to mitigate risk. So I would like to keep this here, if it's okay, because I know it's very important that we plan for that, because we decided we are going to do it, and in many countries, like AOSIS, we want it done tomorrow, but we understand that would be severe hardship for many people and community. So we want it done properly and in a just manner. So we would like to keep it here, so it's a just transition as we implement this particular section of the Glasgow Climate Pact. And I think that's what the African group was mentioning as well.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. And I'm actually noticing about that this builds on DBSA's Just Transition Investment Framework as well. So this is very closely related to what Richard had requested to add. So 2 arguments to keep. Abdel, can we live with it?
I have no problem with the just transition, and that it references other decisions that we agreed upon. It's just that, I'm just trying to fit it under Article 9, and I think these issues are important, and we agreed to them elsewhere. I just, if somebody could explain, the direct relation to Article 9, how it helps us into understanding the relationship between Article 9 and 2.1c. For me, it doesn't do that. It's okay.
I think Diane wants to respond. Go ahead, Diane.
I mean, that is true. It doesn't really clearly articulate the link unless you're a climate finance negotiator. So I feel sorry for everybody else at the COP who may not understand. However, most of the funding that we would have gotten for risk mitigation and just transition is coming from Article 9. And however, maybe some of the climate finance providers may not prioritize the just transition. So Article 2.1c is taking place in the private sector, and the commensurate providing resources through Article 9 process to provide the funding to implement the safeguard is not being provided on time. So I think that is one of the concerns that was that would be the link for after. So Article 9 has to provide money on time to provide, because the Article 2.1c process in the financial institutions and the banks, they're not providing the money for the safeguards. They're just moving ahead. So I think that is the link. It's not clearly articulated here. I'm happy to keep it like this, but there is, and let the COP members go and dig a little deeper. But I think that is the link for us, that under the financial mechanism of the convention must recognize that this is occurring and must provide the funding in advance. So we are transitioning first, and then Article 2.1c next.
All right, I appreciate that explanation there. Diane, Abdel, does that clarify the relationship here?
To be honest, it took some time to clarify it. I don't know whether, the one paragraph is enough for all of these issues. I'm still, I'm flexible in general. I'm just, highlighting, the issue of, there's no straight line between this and Article 9 and its relationship to 2.1c. I just don't want to, it might be a bit confusing. And again, we don't want to just put everything. So I don't know for me, but again, I'm flexible in general.
Right. Well, really appreciate that, Abdel, and the flexibility is absolutely noted, and hopefully the additions at the outset of this section really making clear that we don't prejudice a view on the relationship of Article 2.1c and Article 9 also helps with that. So appreciate the comments there. Do I have other further inputs? Because in the absence of that, I think, again, we are presumably ready to go with this one. Is the committee ready to consider this document adopted and move on? I believe so. Good. Well, thank you for the hard work, everyone. Really appreciate it. Ali, thoughts, feelings, having this all accepted and behind us?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin. But thank you. I just really appreciate the views expressed by all colleagues and showing flexibility and compromises. I hope in other agenda items will we are able to bridge all the differences. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Wholly agreed, and again, really appreciate the hard work and constructive spirit from everyone on this, and hopefully this will continue on to the other items on our agenda today. Thanks to all of you, and back to the co-chairs.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I thought I heard you adopt documents on behalf of the co-chairs.
Can I not do that?
Okay, thanks very much. We'll come back to this document, but it looks good. Thanks very much to you and Ali for all the work that you have done on this. Okay. Next item that we'll do is the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism. We have Toro. Toro, are you going to take us through this document? Please go ahead, Toro.
Thank you, Zahir, for giving the floor. And we have 1 hour for the draft guidance. I'd like to make sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues, and for the additional input yesterday. And then we have the revised text, and then we will split this 1 hour of session. We start with Jeff draft guidance, draft text, and then followed by GCF, and I will take the Jeff part, and then I will ask Ivan to take on GCF part. And so please first take a look on the draft text on the draft guidance to the GEF, Jeff. And yesterday, we had additional input from UTEU and Kevin from US and Gabriela from Switzerland, and thank you very much for additional input. And also, I'd like to mention that we have unfortunately overlooked the input from Chile, and because for some technical error, we have not find the input, but we found later by the remarks by Representative of Chile. So we take this opportunity to express our apology for overlooked this input, but we have all checked that as well. And last night we spent hours to go through this input as well as the draft text with the representative of the Secretariat, and I'd like to express my appreciation to Rolston for his availability and then his advice on the contents of this draft guidance text. And we revised this text with the input, and then we basically, apart from some editorial changes, we just incorporated the comments and input, and then we put a blanket because we are not sure we could fix the language as or not. So we'd like to request you to have a comment on this element. And also that I'd like to, after I'd like to introduce a bit detail, but we little bit reformulate some of input to adequately address the mandate and the rationale of the input. And then so we made some language modifications. And also that we made some highlighted some parts because we are not so sure that the exact rationale behind the input or comment. So I'd like to emphasize that if we need to seek the additional clarification on that. And yes, some part there are some paragraph which are redundant, so we made it to integrate it in the one paragraph. So that is a general explanation of our work last night. And then if you allow me, I'd like to go through quickly each element, and then I open the floor for the comment from the floor. And if you take a look at it, it's a draft text, and first paragraph impact program, we don't really have any changes, and second paragraph, we had several input from on this paragraph, so we just formulated in order to accommodate this input. Especially, like we had some issues because when we make a guidance to LDCs and LDCF and SSCF, we need to employ a specific expression, like as you see, the encourage the global environment facility in administrating the LDCF and CCCF or something like that. So we just made a change. And the same thing goes to next paragraph as well, that we change some language tweak and to effectively address like as a guidance to the Jeff. And for fourth paragraph, adaptation, and that is some kind of we took some time to understand the rationale behind this input that was from adaptation committee, and we figured that rather they are requesting some providing capacity building support to developing country parties for their monitoring, evaluation, and system. So we made some changes, and then like this. And with the secretariat, Jeff secretariat, this language is reasonable, but we are now asking a confirmation by adaptation committee, and if that is really in line with their rationale or their input. And so until we have a confirmation, I think it's appropriate to keep in the bracket. And also like a loss and damage part, and we made some language change in the first paragraph in administrating LDCF and SCCF, as I mentioned before. And also that I made some kind of, highlighted the last part of this paragraph from across the strategic work stream or five-year rolling work plan of executive committee, just because that we are not so sure that the Jeff and also GCF is allowed to take communication, direct communication with ExCom, because normally that is the guidance which conducts that kind of communication and between the COP and operating entities. So we just put a highlight on that. And also the next paragraph, technology needs assessment. We are not so sure that what this paragraph explicitly asking Jeff to do, especially further infants. So we just put like another option like continue, but we need to check if which language is appropriate. And then like gender, we had a new language, so we incorporated, but we just put it in the bracket for time being. And then like indigenous people, yes, and we had one comment that making like a part of a sentence in the bracket, so we just did it according to that comment. And number 10, complementarity and coherence. And we just made a small tweak and then also put the bracket in the latter part of this paragraph to mirror with the draft GCF guidance text, because the proponent made the same input to both Jeff draft guidance and GCF. And so we try to make it identical in order to ensure their objectives of the input. And then the number 11, paragraph 11, so we wanted to highlight the last part of, because we wanted to make sure the co-benefit in the area of environment preservation, climate adaptation, and biodiversity. But we name that, but we should say rather like environmental co-benefit or not. So I just wanted to seek your views on that. And then the JEF agencies, and we had a new input so on the paragraph 12, so we just incorporated but put the bracket. And number 13, and we had like previously 3 and different paragraph, but calling for basically the same objective. So we just integrated 3 different paragraphs into one. Finally, adaptation communication, and this is a draft guidance to Jeff on CMA. So we just incorporated additional input from the parties. So you see, like there are still many brackets, and then I'd like to seek your views on this bracket and or as a part of this draft text. And then like we don't have so much time, so I don't go through like para by para. But if you find some paragraphs which are critically important for you, and so please do so. And then like we can consider if we can really accommodate or not. And also if you find that particular paragraph is okay, so you may say like, you co-facilitator to remove the paragraph bracket or something like that. So I open the floor, and please, yes, I really open the floor. Thank you. Gabriela.
Thanks, Toru, and thanks to Ivan, Ralston, and the Secretariat team. From the time you sent, I assume you worked really late, so thank you so much. So I'll just go straight, as you said. So paragraph 2 and 3, thank you very much. I was one of the people that bracketed it because it was outside of the mandate and made that reference. And the way you now change the language, the removal of the brackets would be okay. So it's fine because it's in line with the mandate now. Same paragraph 4. Thanks, very helpful, because I think you really took the spin that the AC wanted to convey, and this way it works because it's in line with the mandate, so fine with that. On the loss and damage paragraph, I also don't understand, like language-wise, the gray section doesn't really work with the rest of the text. Yeah, I don't know how you want to approach it, because yesterday you said we should only introduce brackets now. So I would definitely want to bracket that section, because I simply don't understand it with the rest of the text, like language-wise. But if we can still resolve it, fine. TNA agree that the continue, because the Jeff is reporting on that, would be the appropriate language. The gender paragraph is new language, but that's fine. It's in line with the mandate and the policies in the JEF. Paragraph 8, I mean. Paragraph 9, I see you introduced brackets because of some parties' views. I just wanted to reflect, if you put the views in brackets, language-wise it doesn't work. So I think the sensitive part is probably the rights and perspectives, because of the rights part. So just say indigenous people's views, because otherwise the consideration of the people themselves will be difficult. And on paragraph 10, yeah, well, respect that some members want to bracket that. 11, yes, I would suggest to rephrase it in the area of climate change that also provide other environmental co-benefits, because that's also the language that is being used across the board in the board council documents of the GEF. And would also be happy to remove the brackets on paragraph 12, but if other parties need to see them, of course, keep them. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabriel, for valuable comments. And Kevin, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the work here, Toru and Ivan, and the colleagues from the Secretariat, both of the GEF and the UNFCCC, for the hard work on this. I think as we noted earlier, the guidance issue is a really important one for the United States, and I think we were pretty disappointed last year when we were unable to approve draft guidance, which is, in fact, one of the key mandates of this body. And I think, to be clear, we're not thrilled with the amount of time that we actually got to discuss the guidance items. We suggested that we would, be better off in a breakout group so we could actually go through, do the language adjustments that needed to be done, and work on actually engaging on some of these paragraphs so we could remove more of these brackets and get the language right to make our jobs easier at COP. So honestly not pleased that this is the place we are on the last day with this guidance or the GCF guidance, to be frank, and while it's certainly a step in the right direction, I think we should be a lot further down this road, ideally, than we presently are. And obviously, this isn't a shot at you and Ivan, recognizing that this is really good work and it is a strong step. But I really do think that as a committee, we should be thinking very clearly about how we spend more time on these things, which are really the core mandate of this committee, and how we make sure that we respond to the needs of the COP and the CMA in the future. With that said, I think this particular set of guidance is largely okay in terms of where the brackets are currently placed. We have quibbles with very many of the sections and a lot of places where I think we would like to update the wording. Recognizing I don't see many other hands right now, it might be okay, but I do think when we get to the GCF one, it would be good to go through paragraph by paragraph so I don't have to keep track with what Gabriela said across 20 paragraphs and what Abdel said across 20 paragraphs. I think it'll be a little challenging. The one thing I do want to flag here is paragraph, I believe it's 5 on loss and damage. I think for us, again, I think we're really interested in having a conversation about the role of the GEF in the context of loss and damage. It's something that I think we are interested in exploring, and we expressed that at the Glasgow Dialogue and in other places. I'm not sure that we're ready to say that this particular articulation of that language is the consensus of this committee. So while again, I think we're quite supportive of having that conversation, I don't think we're all the way there at this point. So I think we would be happy to bracket 5 overall with a very clear signal that we were really willing and interested to discuss this when we get to COP. I just wish we had more time to discuss it here. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin, for your support and also the constructive comments. And thank you. I will take it as you mentioned, especially paragraph 5. Yes, I take note of that. And I see any other views? If not, if the floor, the members allow us to clean the text as we had a comment from the floor, and then get back to you at a later stage for clean text for approval. I see no objection. Oh, yes, please. Abdel.
Thank you, Toro. If you could just go back to the paragraph on gender. Yes. It's not my area of expertise, but to include protections for I'm just wondering whether we have standard language in the GEF or the GCF for this, just to make sure. Is this the standard language used?
Okay, and thank you, Abdel. And we checked this is in line with like the language used by Jeff Secretariat and Jeff and as the entity, but it is on the Jeff guidance. It doesn't really matter to the GCF. So on Jeff, it is yes as used. So but not directly related to GCF.
But is it used, like, is it detailed in the governing instrument or the charter? It's agreed language? That's what I'm checking. I'm not...
Okay. If you allow, we may ask the comment from Jeff Secretariat. So on the paragraph 8. Sorry, Rolston, to...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm slightly unclear on this one. Tor, could you just provide a little bit of additional information? Because I think there was a similar paragraph to this in the last guidance we got last year. Perhaps you could use that as your basis of reference to the guidance we have last year.
Thank you for your suggestion, Rolston.
Yes. I really think this is something the parties themselves need to discuss.
Okay. And Gabriela?
Just in response, because I think that's what Abda was. It's not in the governing instrument of the JEF, and the language is not. It's because it says include additional terms, but from what I would just want to suggest. Because I understand we introduce brackets though there where parties disagree. So if you disagree with this paragraph, we can maintain it in brackets. But I would urge you to consider to maybe then just put in brackets the part on the terms which you were uneasy with. Because ensure all its implementing agencies fully comply with the gender policy and implementing that's like JEF decision language. So this has also been agreed in the JEF Council.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the comment. Abdel?
Just to clarify, I think it should be sufficient just to state something, something relating to the matter in question, which is gender, as indicated by the header. So it should be sufficient to say, ensuring gender equality, in addition to protections against discrimination based on gender. Right, so I think gender is the question, is the issue at hand, and ensuring that there is equality as far as gender is concerned, and the absence of discrimination. Gender, I think, should be sufficient. That's all.
Thank you, Abdel. But now you are negotiating on the text, and then what we can do is always, and we can keep the bracket, and then send it to the COP. And then I take advice from the Rolston, so that next iteration I will show that that the text we used last year COP, and if it is fit to your attention and your appetite, you can accept it, or if you don't, you just keep a bracket that it is and you send it to COP. All right, so I mean, draft guidance is as mentioned by co-chairs. So we make a draft based on the input. And then we are okay if we don't have an agreement on the certain input, we just keep the bracket and send it to the COP. Of course, and the whole text would be the basis for further negotiation. So, I mean, you are always welcome at the COP27 to make a argument on the any part of the text we send to the COP. Yes, but for time being, we put the bracket with those who are not agreed by all the members. Please.
Sorry to come back in again, but whatever we don't agree upon, I mean, we're conceding to negotiating this in the COP, right? It should be raised at the COP, right? Well,
Yes, of course, yes. I mean, we just send it to this text to the COP, and then at the COP, parties start the negotiation. Okay?
one last thing.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Here's an idea. Why don't we send last year's text as well, in addition to this one?
Addition to this one?
Yes.
I mean, replacing or no? Okay, Ivan, please.
I think that is taking us to a different place. We could add it as a suggestion by a member of the committee, but I don't think we should start pre-negotiating stuff, right? I think our exercise was to make sure that nothing was technically unsound. There are many things there that I don't agree with either, but obviously we are on the hands of the members of the committee, and we can try to do that. But let's try to keep in mind that it would be great if at least we can send the text, even if it's all bracketed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ivan, for help. And Konstantin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I remember last year we had also an issue with this paragraph. I presented my concerns about the contents of it. So I would also like to keep it in brackets, not the part of it, but the whole paragraph is the same as last year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Konstantin. So views are clear. So we keep this paragraph in the bracket and then send it to the COP. Okay, so colleagues, and on Jeff's draft guidance, we have concluded this discussion this time. So let us clean the text and present it to you later stage for approval. Thank you. I give the floor to Ivan for GCF draft guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Toru. This should be way easier, way simpler. Well, I want to repeat what Toru explained. We made a very good progress by interacting with the Secretariat and having a close look and a engaging back and forth with the Secretariat on each of the paragraphs. I think we came up with a fair assessment of what shouldn't be controversial and what may require to get or to have some bracketing. And we can do as Kevin suggested and look at each paragraph individually and look at its content, so we can have ordered reaction to it. Or maybe before that we can have an overall, the opportunity to give overall comments if you think that will help us smooth the process later. So any overall comments on the text? Well, if not, let's get our hands dirty. Well, the first paragraph is on policy gaps, and I won't read it, but you can see it, and I hear your views. You could have the floor. Kevin, please.
We would be happy to remove the brackets from the accreditation strategy here. Just one proposal, but otherwise, I think this one's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other views? Okay, if not, we can move on to the next paragraph. The first one on updated strategy plan and transformative ambition. Any views? Should I give you a little bit more time, or can we move? I think it's not as controversial as it could be, right? So after that, we added some new proposals as to bis and to ter. So first to bis is bracketed because it's not because it's controversial, but because it's a new paragraph. So I hear your views. Kevin, please.
So just to be clear, we don't necessarily have very many specific problems with this one, particularly in principle and the idea, but because it's a new paragraph, if nobody comments on it, will the brackets be removed? I think I'm not sure we're comfortable including going beyond the simplified approval process. That's prescriptive, and I think we'd want to talk a little bit more about how we might request the fund to do this, and we have a few other ideas to add here. So I think we're happy to keep this, and we have some things that we want to see, but just because it's new doesn't mean we would agree to necessarily remove the brackets at this point, although we are interested in the idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Just to reply briefly, we are happy to narrow the brackets to a problematic section of a text. I think that will be helpful anyway, but we are obviously in your hands. Gabriela, please.
I was actually just going to suggest that to narrow the brackets to the section on going beyond the simplified approval process instead of having it around the entire paragraph.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the suggestion. And if there is no other views, I apologize, but I would like to go back to paragraph 2. Actually, I was reminded by the Secretariat that we have a question about this proposal because it says requests the updated strategy plan. I don't know if we can request something to a plan. So maybe the proponent party could clarify that. It's an issue, right? So maybe we can keep that highlighted. And yes, Gabriela, please.
I don't think it was our submission, but just trying to make it language-wise workable. I think the sense would be requests the GCF through the updated strategic plan to significantly increase ambition and support the paradigm shift towards blah, blah, blah. I think that's the notion of it.
Thank you, Gabriela. That would make it clearer. Yes, thank you. So now we are back on track. We move to paragraph 2 and ter. Any views on it? Sorry, Kevin?
No, that's fine, Ivan. So actually, I think Gabriela's addition makes sense. For paragraph 2, would just say that it would probably be requests the GCF board rather than requests the GCF. Otherwise, Richard will put his hand up any moment here. And then 2 ter, I think we like 2 ter, are willing to continue to discuss it. I think our view is that it should probably go in the CMA section rather than here because it links to the 1.5 temperature goal. So that's a CMA issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Any other views, Gabriela?
Yeah, agree with the movement to the CMA section and fine to remove the brackets.
Thank you, Gabriela. Any other views? If not, we move to paragraph 3. on policy framework. Kevin?
We have no idea what this one means, so if we could just bracket that for further discussion, that would be great.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other views? Of course, if the proponent party would like to clarify stuff, it's welcome to do so. Gabriela?
We're not negotiating. And I was like, I think that's our language. The idea here was the fact that we didn't just want to convey the notion of a policy gap. The fact was actually that there's so many policies in the GCF, and they all talk to each other, and somehow what was said in the board multiple times is that applicants, I think they keep saying it, get lost in the maze. The idea here is to have like a fund-wise policy framework that's coherent and so not necessarily saying we need more policies, but more maybe reduce, make them more coherent and so on, to reduce the complexity. That's the idea here. But fully understand, if you want it in brackets, fine, just to clarify what it meant.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the clarification. Abdul?
Thank you. Just, if you don't mind, just scrolling up to the paragraph just before. I noticed something. At the very end, the last line, towards zero carbon economy. Is it net zero? I don't mean, I know it's in brackets, but was the intention to say net zero? Or is it zero?
I am not prejudging it. I am against it completely, but I didn't change it. Because we are just reflecting what the submission was, and I'm sure that it has gonna get a pushback during negotiations, right? But we didn't want to impose our own views on issues. Gabriela, please.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, when we're having this conversation, I think, Ivan, if you say clearly, I completely oppose this idea, because when we said lift the brackets and nobody opposed, of course, if one of you two oppose, you still keep it in brackets, just so we have a clear understanding. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Gabriela, for that clarification. So maybe we can, if there is no other comment on 3 or to 3rd, we can move to 4. You will notice that 4 has many small bracketing because there was different sources of contention. So you have the floor. If anybody wants to remove a bracket or we are happy with what is there. Abdel, please.
We want to keep the bracket on harmonizing, and we made previous comments on it before.
Thank you, Abdel. Any other view? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No view, just to point out that feasible needs to have brackets around it as well, as it's an alternative to appropriate, just editorial.
Right, thank you. Maybe a backslash, or well, not a backslash, a slash to show that these are two alternatives, right? Yeah. Thank you. Any other views? Kevin, are you ready, or the next one?
I'm on the next one.
Okay. It's great to see that we are trying to move fast. Abdul?
Sorry to come back in. Just to check, can we remove the bracket around appropriate? I think that shouldn't be controversial.
Yeah, is there any strong views on this? There is a proposal to just keep appropriate without the brackets. Yeah, with deleting feasible. So if we're great, that makes it simpler. We are negotiating a little bit, but constructively, which is great. Thank you, Abdul, for the suggestion. Okay, 4Bs. Kevin, please.
We've already discussed this one. This was above in 2 bis as well, so we don't need it twice.
It's better to have it twice, just in case. But you're completely right. Thank you for pointing that out. It's obviously our mistake. Yeah, you have to understand that Grant was working overtime from a different time zone. Okay. Now we move to 5 on gender. Any views? As you can see, it wasn't that controversial. We didn't have any strong feelings about it. Then we move to 6 on indigenous peoples. Yes, Abdul.
Sorry, but do you mind rolling back to the gender thing?
Sure.
I'm just worried if it encourages the board to closely monitor the implementation of gender action plan. I'm assuming this plan is the plan of the fund, right? It was adopted. So isn't this kind of like saying that the board is not applying its own plan?
It could mean that. We are not prejudging the guidance. Maybe the proponent believes that there is a chance that it won't be fully implemented.
Just sounds accusatory a little bit, so just occurred to me, so I'm wondering whether
we could have classified as redundant, but the added value is to enhance its ambition in the next version, right? So we are in your hands. We can keep it like that, we can bracket it.
Bracket.
It's fine. Okay, so you're requesting to bracket it, right?
Well, I'm torn. I'm all for, gender equality, but then again, it depends on, are we accusing the board or the fund? So it's a bit delicate, so maybe it needs further consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we are done with 5, and then again we can consider 6. If there are no strong positions on 6, we move to 7 on financial instruments. Again, you have 2 options, invites, urges. If there is strong preference for one, maybe we can get rid of the other one. Yes, Kevin, sorry.
Thanks, Ivan. No, I was thinking about the last. I don't have a strong feeling on invites urges, but I think we could probably unbracket the last piece on instruments, such as through the increased use of guarantees, local currency finance, etc. I think we all presumably agree with that. We could get a clean paragraph here. We're close.
Thank you, Kevin. Any opposing views to that? If not, we can delete it. And I think that invites would be more acceptable in general, so maybe we can go along with invites and not having 2 options. Thank you. We have cleared a paragraph. Now we move to 8 on programmatic approaches. The only The only request was to shift from request to encourages, to water the language down a little bit. So, any particular preferences? Gabriela?
I'm quite indifferent. Just wanted to reflect that requests could work here because it's agreed. The programmatic approach exists, so you can request that from the board. Okay, Kevin is saying no. Take encourages, similar to before. Take the softer language being more broadly acceptable.
Kevin, please.
Just to say that the programmatic approach does not exist. We're still working on that policy. So we would love if it existed. That would be fantastic. It should, but yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Kevin, for the clarification. Abdel, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to come. I think I had a particular question about this. I think there was somebody said that there was a mandate or it was agreed, but in light of Kevin's explanation that there isn't a programmatic approach, maybe we should bracket the whole thing 8. So that's my proposal, is to bracket 8 completely.
Thank you, Abdel. Any strong opinions to the contrary? Oh, I'm sorry, Diane.
Yeah, Abdul, I think I was the one who told you. I think it's in the government instrument, but I started to check and I didn't go back to check. I'm not the GCF government instrument expert, but I think it's in the government instrument somewhere, and it's been in a lot of previous decisions. And contrary, I have to disagree with Kevin. They do have a programmatic approach, because many of the development banks get a program approved, but we just don't call it that. So I think what the idea here, which I won't negotiate now, but is to state that that programmatic approach, exactly the way that it is, should be extended to direct access entities and all accredited entities. There is no big decision that was taken. It was a de facto stuff that they did. So I think it does exist. It's just not extended to all accredited entities.
Thank you, Diane. Toru?
Just we had a discussion with Secretariat last night on this particular paragraph, and then I just like to share with you. And then, yes, indeed, we have like in the governing instrument, there is a reference to programmatic approach, but the policy document is on the table at the board work plan. And then we have, we are in the kind of consultation, but we have not yet adopted. And also there's, since that, given that kind of status, so Secretariat indicated that so we should be mindful of the policy on programmatic approach is on the under the discussion. So it's better not to make much influence on the discussion ongoing. And yes, in that sense, like yeah, request is a little bit too strong, but I leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Toru. So the suggestion by Toru would be to lean towards encourages. If there are no strong views, we can leave it with encourages without brackets. Sure, Diane.
Yeah, they've been working on the programmatic approach almost every year since I've known the board. I think we need to use very strong languages, language to the board, and so they need to get the job done, I think. So that's the language I would like to use, but this is a COP, so we can just leave it in bracket and then we can decide at COP.
Thank you. So that would be fair. We are maintaining both words with a slash between them. Thank you. Thank you, Diane, for that. Now we move to the private sector, which have several paragraphs. We start with 9. Any views on 9? Kevin first and then Gabriela.
Yeah, just briefly on this one, I think the GCF mandate is for mitigation and adaptation, so I think it would be uncontroversial to unbracket mitigation and wouldn't really support the inclusion of resilience in nature, given it's not in the GCF's mandate. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Gabriela?
Thanks. I was going to suggest to lift the brackets on resilience, but since he needs to keep it, so we'll keep them. On the last part, could we lift those brackets as well?
You would like to remove the brackets?
Sorry, remove the brackets on the and to swiftly implement the fund's private sector strategy.
Okay, thank you for the proposal. Any reactions? If not, I guess we can accommodate that. So we would be removing the brackets there at the end of the paragraph. Then we move to paragraph 9 bis, which is fully bracketed because it was a new proposal. Any views on it, Gabriela?
I would be fine with lifting the brackets, but just making an observation that the last part above speaks to the exact same thing. And I would want the COP to streamline that and actually make it more coherent. So I would maintain it in brackets just because, not because I disagree with the content, but in a decision text, I would want to have it flow better and be better streamlined. But since we're not negotiating, I would just, yeah.
Thank you, Gabriela. So you would suggest just to keep brackets for strategic purposes. Now we move to 9 ter. Again, a new proposal with new elements that we can discuss. Any views on it? Gabriela, please.
Like the notion of the paragraph, but for similar reasons to the above, I think I would maintain it in brackets because I think the language could be improved.
Thank you, Gabriela. Any other views? If not, we move to 9 quater. Views on 9 quater. Can we remove the brackets on 9 quater? Oh, sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to remove the brackets. Again, I think the idea is interesting. We, again, just need to work on the language a little bit. We had a few suggestions, but just frankly aren't all the way through adjusting it yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. We are almost half. Oh, sorry, Gabriela.
Similar approach to last time, trying to narrow the brackets. But if you're not fine with no, okay, then we're not going there. Fine.
Okay, thank you very much. We are almost halfway, so let's keep the good pace. Paragraph 10. Any views on paragraph 10? There wasn't any feedback on it, so I think it should be uncontroversial. If that is so, can we move to 11 on loss and damage? Any views on it? Kevin?
Yeah, again, I think really supportive of this and recognize that unlike the GEF, the GCF does have agreed language on this and sort of has an approach to dealing with loss and damage. I did a little search of this one, and this actually, at least to my knowledge, isn't the articulation we've used in the past. So I would imagine we'd want to update this. So supportive of the element, but would just want to also bracket this one so we could discuss the relationship to the previous guidance. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. So you would suggest to bracket the whole paragraph, right?
Yeah, I mean, we would, again, if we were negotiating, we would suggest to insert the previous guidance and compare and get it right. But for now, we can just bracket it.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for that. Any other views on it? Okay, we move to paragraph 12 on technology incubator and accelerators. If not, we move to 13. Oh, I'm sorry, Gabriela?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I fully understand the paragraph. Encourages the board, expresses, so expresses, I guess, would have to be in italics, and the COP expresses the interest of the tech. How can the COP express the interest of a committee? So, don't oppose it, but it's just, yeah. Maybe we just bracket before end? Or do you have other language?
We can do a small addition suggested by the Secretary. We can say something like, take note of the interest. And that
we would have to say takes note of the interest of the tech and actually that's also wrong. The tech and the CTCN probably, or just the tech? No, the tech, because it says the tech in the technology mechanism, which also doesn't. So it would have to say, and takes note of the interest of the tech to continue to contribute to this work.
Yeah, well.
I'm not sure if that's already negotiating or just the way it's written right now doesn't.
I guess that since you are modifying it, suggesting a strong modification, we can make the modification and deliver it bracketed, maybe.
Okay.
Right? I don't know if everybody would agree on that. Okay, thank you, Gabriela. 13. This is one of the submissions that had problems with the language, if you remember, but maybe there is merit in the content, so we leave it bracketed. 14. We made an effort to make the text simpler because the last part was adding too much complication. So, Gabriela?
Again, just a technical edit. I wonder how the board could consult with the mechanism. So, and we did similar edits in the Jeff guidance. You would have to make it operational in terms of in consultation with the tech and the CTCN, because those are the operational bodies that can be consulted.
Thank you for that. We are going to ensure that it's consistent. And is everybody comfortable with the last bracketed part? If so, then we move to, I'm sorry, Kevin.
No, not yet. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
No, we're not comfortable with the last bracketed portion. I've got specific notes here. It's covered by the GCF's role as financing, mitigation, and adaptation pursuant to the GI. So we'll want to talk more about that specific phrase and how it's operated. So we'll leave it there.
Would you like it to be removed?
I mean, we would like to remove the clause, but if it's important to somebody else, then you know, we can keep it in brackets.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. 15. Any views on 15, Kevin?
So I think this was another case where we can probably remove all of the brackets, presumably. And again, if we include the NDC reference, this would belong in the CMA guidance rather than in the COP guidance. Thanks.
Sorry, Gabriela.
I agree also because of the adaptation communication. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other views? Otherwise, we move to 15 bis. Gabriela?
I would be fine to lift the brackets, but I'm assuming others may not. But if that's not the case, then I'd be fine to lift the brackets.
Sorry, thank you, Gabriela. Any other views? Okay, we move to 16. Actually, I believe we try to make a 16 alt. So we may prefer to look at them together. So the alt is taking on board some of the comments made to the original proposal. So the idea would be to see if the committee is fine with using 16 alt in order to convey the original intention. So, Kevin, please.
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of questions about both of these. The GCF just adopted its new steps to enhance the climate impact of its proposals. It's not clear to us what the relationship of the board and the adaptation committee is or should be. So I think both of them are a bit of a mess, and we don't really care either way between them. Thanks.
Okay. So which one do you care the least? Would be the question, right?
Frankly, I don't think either of these survives the cup, so, you know,
right.
pick your poison. 16 alt.
He's taking names. Any other views? Gabriela, please.
Yep, just convey one paragraph instead of both. And if he's more comfortable with 16 alt in brackets, I guess that's it.
Okay, Gabriela. 17. Any views on 17? Yes, Gabriela?
Language, again, and to addresses. I think it should say address. And I would understand that the to address is an alternative to by addressing. So it would have to be in brackets as well.
Okay.
Just for readability purposes.
Yeah, both would mean different things, right?
Yeah.
And there is also an alternative between greater and smoother, I think. Any other views? Okay, we move to 18. Any views on 18? It's the regional presence. Gabriela?
We would have to see brackets around the entire paragraph.
Thank you. Any other views? If not, 18 bis. Any views on 18 bis? Kevin?
So again, this is one I think where we would be very happy to remove the brackets on this one. Anybody who's worked with the GCF knows how stretched thin they are and how absolutely critical this element is. So would really welcome removing the brackets on this if at all possible.
If that doesn't generate any pushback, well, we could remove them. So 18 bis will be without brackets. We move to 19. Any views on 19? Oh, come on. Right. We can make a... Yeah, we are really close to the end. Actually, that was our strategy to do this closer to lunch, so you move faster. So 19, any views on 19? If not, 19 bis. You were, sorry, Gabriela?
Just the observation that welcomes the launch of the second replenishment period of the GCF comes in both. So, and wondering whether we could lift the brackets around that, just welcoming the replenishment period, the launch of the replenishment period. And then the other stuff in brackets.
Okay. Thank you, Gabriela. We can do that. So that will be 19 and 19 bis. Any other views on 19 bis? There is also 19 alt to 19 bis. Sorry, Kevin?
Just to say that we strongly prefer 19 bis to 19 alt, so would prefer to keep 19 bis then. And fine with Gabia's suggestion to remove the brackets at the beginning of 19 bis. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other views? So we move to paragraph 20. On 21C. Any views on paragraph 20? Kevin?
Just to say this is a CMA guidance. Thanks.
Just to say, sorry?
It
what?
belongs in the CMA guidance, not the CUP
Okay.
guidance. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other views on this? Should we maintain it, the brackets, or remove them? Abdel, yes?
I think we should maintain the brackets.
Okay.
We feel very
Thank you.
strongly about that. Thank you.
And finally, paragraph 21, on nature-based solutions and ecosystem approaches. No, just kidding, just nature-based solutions. I am also pre-negotiating. Any views on its content? Gabriela, please.
Really like the notion of it, but the phrasing, I think we wouldn't want to align with the challenge, but rather the solution. That's why I would maintain it in brackets so that COP can work on the language. But the notion,
right,
I like it very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. Any other views? If not, we completed. Oh, I'm sorry, Abdul.
Thank you. With your indulgence, I just, regarding, I think it was paragraph 8 on the programmatic approaches, you recall that we proposed putting in a bracket because we didn't know whether there was a programmatic approach. We checked, there is something in the GI, but it's not the same. In the GI, it's supporting developing countries. Here, it's promoting programmatic approaches. So it's not quite the same, and even the areas are different. So we feel strongly about having a bracket around the whole thing, around the whole paragraph. Thank you very much.
Okay, Abdel, thank you. If there is no other opinion, we completed our first reading of, and I think the last reading of our first iteration of as co-facilitators. Thank you for the constructive engagement. We are going to be working on taking on board all your comments and come back this afternoon with something to be considered by the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ivan, and thank you very much, Toro. We will break now for lunch, and we will then reconvene at 2 o'clock, at which point in time we'll start with the BA. Okay? Thank you.
Sorry, can you just confirm when you're expecting us back?
At 2. So for those online, we will reconvene at 2 o'clock Australian time.
Okay, welcome back. I hope members here in Cairns had a good lunch and the others online had some strong coffee and a good breakfast. We'll resume now with the biennial assessment. Who would be the one to introduce and facilitate the meeting now? Is it Diane or Vicky?
I think it's me this time.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Diane already did all the hard work during the last 2 days, so I'm happy to take this on. I'm asking my fellow SCF members to be gentle because it is quite early, and due to my pregnancy, I can't have a coffee. So, yeah. But anyway, so what you have distributed the newest SCF summary, biennial assessment summary and recommendations, which you should all have in your email box. And just as a matter of introduction, I want to go through the main changes of the text so everybody can see how your views that you expressed during the breakouts groups were taken on board, as well as your written comments. I will focus on those elements that are most important. There are also other textual changes, which is more updating the biennial assessment summary based on a technical report. So those are more technical changes. So if that's agreeable for all and everybody is on board, I'll just go through it now. The first change, or the first thing I want to highlight, is under the box S1, which is on page 3. In there, thanks for sharing. In there you have two, first of all, there's a sentence to cover the impact of COVID on our work. So that's just highlighted. And at the very end, as was requested, we also bolded the text to emphasize that data aggregation is challenging. This was coming out of the discussion of the breakout groups. Then we go to paragraph 6. There was a request to include CCUS within paragraph 6, so it's included both in the heading as well as in the list, noting it is a technology, not a sector, which was also a comment made during the breakout groups. And then further up on paragraph 6, the exclusion lists are noted, but sectors are not reported, but it's basically just now mentioning how many of the taxonomies include exclusion criteria across mitigation sectors, and the same applies to the principles such as the do not significant harm principle. So instead of giving a text around it, we just simply say how many taxonomies include or apply this principle and other environmental objectives. Right above this sentence, we have the evaluation, an additional text about the evaluation baseline for adaptation screening processes, just to give you an update on the safeguards and so on. So this is also included now. I keep going through so we can then, on paragraph 8, there was a request to ensure that this text is aligned with the work on the 2.1c that the SCF is performing. I will also make sure that there is a link to that note to the work of the SCF on Article 2.1c. And then we can also go a bit further, but maybe just go slow. But as you can see, the other points are more, like I said, more of a textual change or updates, making sure it's, all correct, like including public climate finance in paragraph 12 and so on. So then we actually go to paragraph 19. Which is about the mentioning of the collective goal and how it's not been met. This text is now in line with the current language of the progress report summary. So this is because we think it's important to ensure that we have the same message across the different SCF reports. This is the exact same sentence coming from the progress report summary. In paragraph 20 and 21, we had a request to include the absolute figures next to the shares, the percentages, so that you can see, I mean, there's only one highlighted, but everywhere you can see now that the dollar signs are included where you have a percentage as well. So that's in both paragraph 20 and 21, but also, so I've seen it somewhere else as well. So it's basically just being coherent throughout the whole summary. And then I think we can already go to recommendations. So here, yeah, all the rest is more of normal changes or text that wasn't implemented before. Sorry, I'm scrolling myself as well, not as quick as you are. So yes, then, so the recommendations, first in paragraph 35, we had this request to take into account the national capacities. So there we have taken wording coming from the CTFs and the MPGs, just taking into account the flexibility for those countries that needed in light of their capacities to make sure that we reflect this, in a good manner. 37, 38, and 40 are just, changes that were made to be complete. 41 is our proposal or the text relating to the role of definitions in better tracking climate finance. 42 about the qualitative aspects of climate finance. And 43 is about how providers can enhance reporting of elements to increase the ability to advance work on 21C. But that's also one that just needs to be updated. Then paragraph 47 is this, we had a discussion about the balance between support for mitigation and adaptation and how this should be reflected in the text. So this is what we came up with based on a discussion. And on 49, it was about this to enhance, not just to enhance the access, but also to simplify the access. And based on what we had in the technical reports, we included text there, so it's basically this text in paragraph 49 comes from our technical report, and we included here to address this issue as well, the challenge of the barriers to access. And then finally, in paragraph 53, it is a bit of a follow-up on the recommendations. Well, our suggestion is also to include not just the previous BAs, but also this BA. So all the recommendations in this one should also be followed up closely. So thanks. That's the main changes that I hope it was useful to go through at this point. I'm not sure if I can't see if anybody's raising their flags or anything, but perhaps, let's see, and I'll open the floor now. Thank you. I just need some guidance if somebody's taking the floor, not from the SCF members.
Abdel raised his flag.
Okay, then take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, Vicky, for all of the efforts. If we could just scroll back to, was it paragraph 19? I think the $100 billion goal that was not met. The collective goal. I just think, I don't know if it's just me, but I remember there was something about developed countries. The collective goal, that's the new quantified goal. This one was well before the collective goal, so I don't know about that language. I don't know what language we used before, but this goal, the 100 billion, is not collective. It was pledged by developed countries. So that's a comment on that. And if we could scroll down to, I think it should be that developed country parties' goal of jointly mobilizing USD 100 billion. So that's my proposal. I have comments about other paragraphs. There's paragraph 31 and 32.
Excuse me, Vicky, would it be easier for you if we stick to one paragraph at a time and go through? I don't know, I'm just asking Vicky what is
See the other views
more comfortable for her.
I'm flexible, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take on first paragraph 19. I mean, like I mentioned there, we looked at what was, what was written in the summary report from the progress towards 100 billion. If I understood, specifically, he wants to add that this goal of jointly mobilizing the 100 billion is for developed countries. I do think we can add that. So taking on board the text of the whatever Cancun agreements or Copenhagen Accord, how it's mentioned. But it's collective is the right word. It's just, I think what's missing there is the collective goal of jointly mobilizing 100 billion per year by developed countries to address the needs. Maybe that's already a solution on that part. And then happy to go to this. So what happens with 32 and 35? Or what did you... Is that okay up there?
Yes, as long as we specify it's developed.
Can I intervene on this one? Because in the 100 billion, sorry, Vicky, this is Gabriela. On the 100 billion progress report, we have 4 outstanding issues, which are all currently in brackets because the committee has not considered the outcome of the huddle yet. And this one is one of them. So I suggest, the language here was the outcome of the huddle. I suggest we just put the placeholder here with the understanding, because we'll have to have a discussion on this and report back from the huddle when we talk about the 100 billion progress report. So we just have the agreement that whatever we agree in the 100 billion progress report would be reflected here. So it's the same language as it is, I think, paragraph 12 in the executive summary of the 100 billion progress report.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Yeah, because we do want to be in line. That's the main thing. Yeah. So I'm giving the floor back.
Yeah, I just recall that the commitment was made by developed countries on mobilizing 100. That was, I think, in Copenhagen. So I think that's agreed. It's undisputed.
I don't have a problem, but
yeah, you want to align it with everything else? Okay, fine. If we could just scroll down to, what was it, paragraphs, let's see, 31. No, 31 and 32. There is no consensus on these paragraphs. They are too prescriptive, and they don't have a very strong foundation in the BA report. So they should be removed. Maybe paragraph, let's see. I'll stop there for now. I'll come back with later comments.
Thank you. Can I get further reactions of FCF members on the paragraph 31 and 32 perhaps first?
Yes. This is Gabriela. Can you or Diane clarify where you took this from the technical report and whether it's in line with the language in the technical report? Just so we have a similar approach across the board.
Yeah, great to get such questions at 6:30 in the morning. So I'm just double checking. It comes from section 3.4. Yeah, so it does come from the technical report itself, the section 3.4. But don't have it by my hand right now, of course.
We're going to look for it and we can come back to it, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to find
it.
Fiona, was your point on this as well?
Yeah, I had a very similar question to Gabriella, actually. And I just also wanted to note that my understanding was everything in here is a reflection of what is in the bigger report. And so it's just just like the collective goal from developed countries to developing countries was not fully met. That's presented in the data. And then also in the data is the fact that, financial flows to GHG intensive activities remain high with the underlying data underneath that. So it's just a reflection, not a prescriptive comment. It's a reflection of the data.
Okay. So yeah, but I think it's a good. So we will look it up and join you. But it's section 3.4 about climate finance in context. Okay. Are there other people asking for the floor about other stuff? Perhaps you can scroll down to the recommendations themselves.
Gabriella, is it on 35?
Just an observation, the inclusion in yellow, taking into account flexibility for those countries that need it in light of their capacities. That's not in line with the ETF itself. I mean, of course, the ETF has this provision, but it's not relevant for the finance provision because we have a differentiation in the finance provision. We have a shall provision for developed and a should provision, or Kurt, I can't remember. Vicky, I'm sure you remember, for developing countries. So the flexibility reference here is, don't understand why it's here.
It does come from the preamble part of decision 18 CMA1, so I assume that it counted for all. But if you do go further down in the text of the CMA decision, it's true that it says that flexibility is already taken into account in the form of the MPGs on support, so both finance, technology, and capacity building. We just wanted to be sure that it is, because it has been mentioned during the breakout groups by several parties or several observers and members, that it's included there, but still keep it in line. Yeah. So do you wish to see different phrasing then, or
I just want to have a clear understanding that if we maintain that, I do know it's in the preamble, but then the understanding is that the reflection of that is the shall and the should reflection that is in the ETF itself, and no other flexibility applies.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're not changing. I mean, I've said that many times during the breakout groups as well. We're not changing CMA or COP decisions in our recommendations. So all of this is clearly in line with decisions made by SCMA and the COP. Yep, that's the understanding. So then the newest ones are 41 and 42. Let's see. Okay. Are people reading it, or everybody's in agreement?
Gabi has her hand up.
Sorry, Vicky, you're about to kill me early in the morning.
No.
Sorry, but I wasn't in the breakout group because dealing with the other thing in the parallel. Just understanding the ongoing work on definitions. What is meant by that? Is it the ongoing work on definitions by the SEF? Because then, if that's the case, I do not understand how parties could be encouraged to use that work to better track climate finance provided. It's just trying to make it operational. Like, what do we mean by that? If we make a recommendation, at least we should understand what we mean by it.
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense right now because the definition report is not going that well. But in the end, I mean, it takes some. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that we have a good look at the report of the definitions, and see how it can then still help us to track the finance better. Is there other work ongoing on definitions outside the SCF? Sorry, I should know this, but maybe I'm already out too much.
Gabi and Kevin?
Sorry, just trying to be helpful to make it operational. Can we say encourage parties through the ETF taking into account the SCF's ongoing work on definitions of climate finance to better track climate finance provided and mobilized, needed, and received? That makes it operational.
Yeah, Kevin?
Sorry,
That was exactly what I was going to say. So, completely agree with that suggestion. Thanks.
So then I would read, encourage parties to the enhanced transparency framework and taking into account the ongoing work on definitions of climate finance to better track climate finance provided, mobilized, needed, and received. I think the most,
I'm sorry, I don't think that works, because either we agree the report on the definitions, then it's not ongoing anymore, or we don't, then there is nothing to take into account. I'm sorry to be a spoil sport on this, but just to be accurate.
Well, then perhaps we can have that suggestion as just mentioned by Gabi, but depending on the outcome of the definitions report, we will have to see if it then needs to be updated further, just with the paragraph 19. If necessary, it can be changed. I just hope we do have a report, but yeah. So am I clear? So that it would read and taking into account the work on definitions of climate finance, or the ongoing work on definitions of climate finance, based if there is no report or not. Kevin?
Yeah, so I think that sounds right to me. So I guess to just clarify, I like Gabriela's suggestion, and it would say encourage parties through the enhanced transparency framework to take into account the SCF's work on definitions of climate finance to better track climate finance provided, mobilized, needed, and received. And we bracket it, and if and when that work is concluded, we say, yep, good, great, we can include this. And then in the event we don't finish our work on definitions, this would come out. That would be my understanding. Is that right?
To me, that sounds good. I don't know what the rest of the room is thinking. But also, I do want to notify that we already had a section on the definitions in last BA, so there is at least already some work of the SCF on the definitions done. But yeah, so you say and take into account. Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
The SCF's work on definitions of climate finance. But I think the sticking word here is ongoing, because the extent to which this is ongoing is linked up with, the next 3 hours here. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and then we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Abdel is asking for the floor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just on paragraph 41, we'd rather have it the same, at least for now, when it comes to the definition. So we'd rather retain the paragraph as it was. And I think there was a proposal in the same section. We're in section 3, are we? The recommendations?
No, this is section chapter 1.
Yeah, 3, the recommendations. I just didn't see it. I think we were at the end of the document, or no, we have more to go. No, okay, then I'll hold off. Thanks.
Yeah. And so now we have two different questions. First, to change the text as mentioned by Kevin and Gabi, and the other one, but maybe, just taking out ongoing could be a solution. The ongoing. But the taking into account should be in there, that's true. Abdel, do you also are against having taken into account in there? Because it is actually true that that is the only way to make this operational. And or is your point more about the ongoing work?
No, I just wanted to retain the same paragraph as it was before, and any proposals, recent proposals just made, to have them in brackets.
Yeah, you just want to see the different
Yes.
things, yeah. So now you can see that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Okay. I do hope we can come to an agreement though, so I don't think, I mean, if there's nobody again, are you, so like, and taking into account the SCF's work on definition or the SCF's ongoing work on definition? That doesn't work for, yeah. Okay. Good, then we scroll down a bit more. So in chapter 2, the recommendations of the overview were quite straightforward. So there it includes all climate finance providers addressed, which makes sense as it's on the overview, so it includes more than just UNFCCC sources. And then chapter 3 on the assessment. So the first one is there, we had that discussion about the balance between support for mitigation and adaptation. So yeah, opening the floor again to get your feedback on our proposals.
Fiona?
Just changing A to the, proving the balance. Just a grammatical.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I'm just. Any comments on other recommendations in this chapter? And and on recommendation 53, is it okay to just have such a
Vicky, sorry,
high level?
Kevin has his flag raised.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thanks so much, Vicky. I know it's hard to track hands from online there. I was looking here at number 49, and apologies, as I wasn't in the breakout group either. I just noticed the encourage developed countries and climate finance providers to continue to enhance access to climate finance. And I'm thinking about, as Matthias noted the other day, and I see Stan in the back there, the UK-Fiji Task Force on Climate Finance Access, which has recommendations for providers, recipients, developed and developing countries. So it seems like we're missing a key group of developing countries as well here. So I wonder if we could rectify that by encouraging developed countries and developing countries, or encourage countries. There's got to be some way to include all groups, because I think we recognize that there are things everybody can do to enhance climate finance access. Thanks.
Could then be a suggestion to, I mean, don't change it yet, but encourage climate finance provided and recipients, because that's we have in several other parts of the text as well.
Yeah,
which
I like that. That sounds right. Thanks, Vicky.
So then we address everybody, both countries and institutions or organizations. Are there more requests for the floor? If not, we can go. I can explain the question made by Abdel on paragraphs 31 and 32, but I don't want to. Yeah, Abdel.
No, just on paragraph 49, I think we want to retain that developed countries. And I think there was a proposal, since we're in the recommendations chapter or section, there was a proposal before that we don't see reflected that read, encourage climate finance providers to expand their climate investment to assist developing countries to deliver on their NDCs. So I didn't see that anywhere. So we propose that that be included. Thank you.
No, first time, paragraph 49. If we actually have climate finance providers and recipients, it does include countries as well. Because now it's like developed countries are something else than climate finance providers. But I'm in your hands on that one. And on the suggestion made on the increase of climate investments for the NDCs, we have received that in a written format, but correct me if this wasn't brought up during the meeting itself, the breakout groups themselves, but maybe I'm already too tired to know. We did discuss it with between Diane and I, but it wasn't. It's true that we did not include it as it wasn't fully discussed within the breakout groups. That's the reason why it's not reflected.
Well, it was proposed, and we just don't understand why it wasn't included. So if you could just explain, and I'm just mentioning it so I think other parties have seen it, and we don't see any reason for not including it.
Yeah, maybe we can also we can have a look at it, and in the meantime, I can take up your question about paragraphs 31 and 32, because in the meantime, so this actually comes from paragraph 340 from the technical report in section 3.3, and it is also reflected in paragraph 32 of the summary. So those paragraphs 31 and 32 are linked, very clearly linked with the with both the technical report and the summary. So that's why those two are included in there. And then give me a minute to have a look at the other issue.
Matthias is asking for the floor. Is it on 54? Vicky?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just trying to figure out the other thing. So go ahead, Matthias. Need some time.
Thanks. Thanks, Vicky. Now, just on 54, since it's the first time, at least I see it in this context. I mean, of course, we as the climate finance provider are eager to be supporting developing countries in delivering on their NDCs. So, I mean, that's a given, and that's what we're doing. I'm just thinking in the context here of the BA and sort of looking into the wider landscape of finance supporting climate action. I mean, I would prefer, I mean, I'm happy to hear other colleagues' thoughts on this, but I would actually prefer to have a broader approach when speaking on delivering the NDCs, because in essence, of course, I mean, taking well into account that we as developed countries are committed to supporting developing countries in their delivery of their NDCs, ultimately it is up to all countries to ensure delivery of NDCs. So, I mean, I would prefer rather to have that kind of approach also when doing the recommendations in the BA, that, you know, this is a joint responsibility for all parties to ensure delivery of our NDC. So, I mean, if we could maybe work around the phrase in that sense to find a way to express that it's the responsibility of all parties to expand investments to assist in delivering NDCs, and of course that we as climate finance providers have a responsibility to take the lead or something using that kind of normal language. But I mean, I wouldn't be very happy just sort of to put the responsibility on developed countries solely to support that delivery of their NDCs, because that's how you could read it now.
Thank you, Matthias. And just to also, so we did receive this in a written format, the new paragraph 54. The reason why it wasn't included is because the reference to the bioassessment technical report was quite light. It did refer to development finance institutions have also been identified as essential in help developing countries to deliver on their NDCs. And going from there towards encouraging climate finance providers to expand their climate investment to assist them to deliver on their NDCs, we didn't consider that to be fully in line with the technical report itself. So that's just to give you a clear explanation of why this wasn't included in our final draft version.
If I may add, Vicky,
yeah.
and it's looking a lot like guidance, like something you put in guidance. So maybe if we could go back to the technical report and get the context of it based on a technical finding and then a technical recommendation, I think that would be a better approach. So it doesn't look like we're providing guidance kind of thing.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Vicky and Diane. I had my flag up to ask Abdel, who proposed it, what the underlying evidence was in the technical report to draw this recommendation on, but thanks for clarifying that. And just to support Matthias in general, that to assist developing countries to deliver on their NDCs, fully aligned with you. I mean, I don't know if the BA provides data on that, but not have a problem with that notion at all. I would actually also add adaptation communications to that, because I'm pretty sure parties would also want us to expand the investments also towards adaptation measures. So, but if we don't have the underlying evidence in the report that upon which we can draw this recommendation, it would be difficult to include it. Not because we disagree with it, but just because of the approach to recommendations that we have in the BA.
Well, I mean, if you want to stay close to the Brown report itself, the technical report itself, apologies, it could read, acknowledge development finance institutions are identified as essential in helping developing countries to deliver on their NDCs. But I don't know if that's, that could be an option to have something on it without, because I mean, to me, 54 reads more like a decision text than a recommendation. But that's my personal view, not as the co-facilitator. So just ignore if you don't want.
Gabi? Thank you. Thanks for that suggestion, Vicky. Actually, if we just acknowledge, I guess there's no recommendation, but we could pick up on the suggestion from Abdel in terms of saying encouraging developing finance institutions to continue to play a key role, blah, 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 whatever is in the technical report. So we encourage them to continue to provide that important role that has been recognized in the technical report. And that way we also take that notion that you have, Abdel, to continue or increase that support. Is that workable?
I do recall a reference in the BA to financial institutions and their support for the NDCs being essential or critical or something of that nature. But I think just saying continue, I think that point there that it's essential or critical, and knowing that the NDCs are not doing as much as they should. So I think it's essential to retain, expand their climate investments. So expand is very important, I think. That's...
Thanks. Well, I think we're doubling our climate finance in the next couple of years. So, we are expanding, but maybe we should also then add, including sort of, I don't know what's the usual language here, but to also encourage additional climate finance providers like Saudi Arabia and other countries to support developing countries in implementing their NDCs. I think that would be sort of fit in that context there.
Is that a hand raised, Abdel?
Yeah, just to respond, I'd rather stay with it. If we're going by the text, it says development institutions, I'd rather stay with that and not go beyond that. Thank you.
I want to remind us all that we are running out of time.
Yes.
We have
so maybe then the
11 more
is,
minutes to spend on this.
Encourage climate finance institution or providers. I've actually included the text of the biennial technical report in the chat, but yeah, I'm not sure if everyone can see it, but then you... I think the suggestion made by Gabby, so encourage climate finance providers to... No, I don't remember. Sorry, this is not the best time.
I can help you. Sorry, Vicky, should I help you? I feel really sorry for you. So the text in the technical report says development finance institutions have been identified as essential in helping developing countries to deliver on their NDCs. So if we build on that, you would say encourages developed finance institutions to continue or to further their essential role in helping developing countries to deliver their NDCs. Would that work for you, Abdel? Okay, great.
Sorry, just a question. It looks a little odd as the last paragraph of the recommendations. I would suggest to move it somewhere else. Because the last paragraph should be request the SCF to follow up on the recommendations.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say right now. So we make sure it's in the right order, take into account where it should stay. I would probably put it under 52 or above 50, but this, the consultants and secretariat will know better, take into account the, the stream of the biennial technical report. Okay, so I think if there are no further requests for the floor, that we have, yeah. We have
Abdel.
two more issues.
Abdel.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize, just before we close, that we have to, I just want to emphasize that paragraphs 31 and 32 are red lines for us. There is no consensus on including them. We think, they don't read like technical, technical assessment, even the language, I think more can be done, or it's a bit, reads more like a recommendation and more, it has it's a bit prescriptive. So we don't see that they should be included, and yes, there is no consensus on including these two paragraphs. I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, of course, we support the inclusion of these two paragraphs on the basis of the underlying technical report, but fair enough. And I think at this stage, it would be interesting for me to just get a stock take from the co-facilitators of where we are, having discussed this for a minute. I know there were a couple of other recommendations we went through where there were some edits. I'm just trying to look at the clock and think about what we have left to get done today and what's still outstanding. So I would just welcome a stock take from you guys about what the outstanding issues are. Thanks.
Go ahead, Vicky.
No, I think at this point there's still three outstanding issues on this one. So first one is these paragraphs 31 and 32. Then we had some brackets, and then we had two more brackets on the recommendations themselves. I just want to highlight again that the text from 32 and 31 comes from the final report itself. What we could do is to make it, to double check if it is actually fully aligned so that it is not as prescriptive as Abdel considered it. That's something that we can take into account. But I wouldn't delete the whole paragraphs because the climate finance in context is a part of the final report, the final assessment. So it has to be reflected in a summary. Again, this is a summary. This is normally something we do not negotiate or talk about as much within the SCF. We focus more on the recommendations. But maybe that's the way forward on that one, knowing that we have to move forward. So it's basically paragraph 340 and 341 in the technical report. And we will double check to ensure that there is no prescriptive and come back to you as soon as possible if that's agreeable for the co-chairs. And then if we scroll down to the recommendations, it's basically asking for some flexibility of the members about, I forgot myself which paragraph it was now. I think it's on where you have the developed countries on 41 about the ongoing work on the definition of climate finance. There again, let's see what comes out of the definitions report, and then we'll reflect that here. And then the final issue was about having a reference to developed countries in paragraph 49, if I'm not mistaken. So there it's whether or not we want to have encourage developed countries, climate finance providers and recipients, or if we can take out developed countries as is also reflected within climate finance providers. My preference is to not have it, just because then it's much more in line with the other recommendations. And as I said, climate finance providers include developed countries in there. So that's where I hope to get some flexibility from SCF members. So at least we can clean this one up. And then the other two are depending on the result of one, the definitions report, and the other one on the content of the final assessment. If that's a good way forward, let me know.
Well, even if it's in the BA, the technical report, of course, it's not sacrosanct. the technical report. Not everything there should make it to the summary. So our position is just to simply delete these 2 paragraphs. We don't see any reason to include them in the summary.
Gabi and Matthias. Sorry, Vicky, just trying to be helpful.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I'm trying to be helpful here. I understand your concern, and I also recognize this is a summary, so we're not summarizing the entire report, right? It's an assessment of the SCF, what we take into the summary, so I do take that. Not including any of it wouldn't give justice, because we would leave out a very important section of the technical report, so we will have to maintain some of it. And I would suggest we maintain the most technical part for sure, which is the 3%, the first sentence, and the part in bold. And then from the second part, we could take a sole focus on positive climate finance flows will be insufficient to meet the overarching objectives of the Paris Agreement, because these 2 elements are fully data-driven, and that's why I would say we can shorten it, but not leaving it out, I don't think that's an option. So I'm really, because I know we're close to the end, and I'm really trying to be helpful here, very flexible.
Just to support Gabi on that approach. Thanks.
Toro?
Yeah, I just support Gabi and Matthias. And then I'd like to mention that this paragraph, we had a same paragraph in the previous VA, and then the paragraph 46. So if we delete entire 2 paragraphs, that means that we have a setback from the previous VA, which was adopted unanimously last year. So I don't think that is as a standing committee finance should do. Thank you.
Mm. So then I would assume the proposal is to keep the first sentence of paragraph 31 and having a closer look at what's in the final assessment, keeping the 2 first sentences of paragraph 32, and all other stuff would be deleted, which I would assume then we definitely don't have anything prescriptive in there anymore, but it's just a summary of the summary of the summary. So I think it's short and sweet. And I do have to add one more point, that Annex F from the final assessment is also deleted. There were requests from SCF members to do that, and yeah, so just to be complete, this will be deleted as well, or this is already deleted. So 31. So then I would just read the first sentence of 31 and the 2 second sentences of 32. Is that agreeable, Adele?
Thanks a lot, Vicky. I think we should defer this discussion for now, because I wouldn't want to take the time that is now scheduled for the 100 billion. And I really ask people to take it up in the coffee break and find a solution and bring it back to the last part of this meeting today when it comes to adopting the products.
So there is not, because I would actually wanted to get some sleep at some point. So this is not. I was just hoping that that could be an easy, not an easy, but at least a clean solution. But I can't see the room, so I assume you mentioned that just because people are shaking their head.
Yes, I see a flag raised, and I'm pretty sure that there is no agreement in the room. So I just suggest to take it up bilaterally or no idea, but take it up offline and please come back to it. And Vicky, I'm sure you are excused when you take a nap at some stage. And I hand over now to my co-chair Sahir for the next agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item that we want to deal with is the agenda item on the report on the progress towards achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly US dollars 100 billion per year. This was facilitated by Gabby and Richard. I do hope Richard is online as well with us. Gabby, I don't know if you're going to take us through, or Richard will take.
I can take you through, but I really want to make sure that Richard is online because he had specific concerns, so I want to make sure he's there. Richard, are you there? Okay, well, I think we're even delayed, right? Yeah, so he knew when it was coming, I guess, yeah. So what we have now in the text is a clean text, which was, just to be fully transparent, we didn't really change anything anymore to the last version you saw, besides those very technical things like pillar dimensions, alignment, like we didn't take up the country ownership. So across the board, we said no, to be very transparent. And we really just did technical edits, like including the clarity on whether it's number of needs or cost of needs and stuff like that. There were 4 remaining issues which we had a huddle to resolve. The first one is reflected in paragraph 4. That was the paragraph which was requested by some members to provide the broader context. It was before in the challenges section, and I understand the huddle decided to move it into the context, and co-facilitator role, I have to say that's a very smart move. I do think it also fits better here. So it's context-wise much better placed there. And this is the language as it was agreed in the huddle. And we put it in there in brackets to just put it at the discrepancy of the broader committee to deliberate whether we can lift the brackets and take the result from the huddle or not. So the suggestion would be to lift the brackets from the text, because this is the agreed text from the huddle. Richard, I hear you are there now, right? Okay, yeah.
Hello.
Okay, hi. Just so you know where we're at. We're in our text, and we're walking them through the brackets now, which came from the huddle. And we're providing paragraph 4, which was the result from the huddle, and put it at the disposal of the committee, whether this text as it is in the brackets can be agreed or not. And I see Abdel, you have your flag raised.
Thank you, Gabriela. Again, the same point with regard to, I don't see a reference to developed countries, and I recall you were particularly keen on the, was it Cancun or Copenhagen language of the pledge? No, but you did care when it was meaningful mitigation, right? So we should, yeah, so we should care, I think, I don't know, but there was something about developed countries. So just to be consistent. The other thing is, again, I'm sorry, English isn't my first language, and sometimes I struggle with it, so help me out, native English speakers. Implementing the goal, wouldn't it be better achieving the goal? I mean, just implementing it wouldn't be enough, but it's a goal, it should be achieved, I think. I don't know, I'm just putting it out there if there are any thoughts on what would be more appropriate when it comes to achieving a goal. That's just my immediate reaction to the paragraph. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abdel. So We have a suggestion to slightly change the suggestion from the huddle, which would be achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly 100 billion per year from developed countries to address the needs, Is that an accurate reflection, Abdel?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, I'm opening it up to the rest of the members.
So, we would change. Can we see that on screen so people know what we're doing? And the implementing would be changed to achieving. Can you do track change? Sorry, Patty, so people can see what we're removing. Yep. And the suggestion with this, so the inclusion of the yellow part, the deletion of implementing, changing it to achieving, suggestion from Abdel, and then lift the brackets. Ivan?
Thank you, Gabby. I participated in the huddle, so I obviously endorse what it was proposed, but I would like to correct a small thing that we missed the first time, and that is that the convention has an objective, and the goals are of the Paris Agreement. So I would say the objective of the convention and the goals of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
That's correct. Yes. Thank you for that. Kevin.
Yeah, appreciate that suggestion, Ivan. I totally agree there. On the addition of from developed countries, I think that is right, makes sense. I'm just looking, I pulled up the Copenhagen language, which says, in the context of meaningful mitigation actions and transparency implementation, developed countries commit to a goal of. So I wonder if it just makes sense for consistency to have it at the front. So achieving the developed country goal of. So put it there to be a little more consistent with Copenhagen, but should be fine otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate the constructive mood. Helpful. Ivan?
Yeah, just to add that it should say goal singular. Oh, I'm sorry, objective singular, not objectives. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So with that, can we remove the brackets? Oh, sorry. Richard and then Serihun. Richard, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't hear very well what you are saying, but good morning, colleagues, and maybe good afternoon. Just to be clear, unfortunately, when you are connected from online, remotely like this, certainly we miss out a lot of things. I was unable to participate fully in the huddles, and therefore I just have to be very clear that I need at this point to make my point as a member now, because missing out in the huddles actually means a lot for most of us who are not able to connect. I do indeed appreciate, of course, the hurdles because they are important in trying to find solutions. But in such a situation where some of us are unable to be there, it's important really to also ensure that in such a finalization of the text, we consider also our views. Now, as a member, I also wanted to, of course, I accept and agree with the insertions and, of course, the corrections being made now. I have no problem with those. But I was really wondering when I read this sentence, the value of the other part, the very last part, in fact, the two sentences, particularly the last one, which says, to address the global climate crisis, it will take the full implementation of all elements of the convention. So the sentence which starts with the USD 100 billion goal is important and eventual, but only one element. We do understand that, we do agree, but I think here we can do away with these two last sentences because to me, they do not necessarily contextualize what we are discussing and what the report is focusing on. So we do understand that fact. But I think when we put in, the other issues related to implementation of all elements of the convention, the Paris Agreement, I think at the end of the day, this paragraph will be taken, and then looking at it, like 3 years to come, one would then try to see how we are going to link this with the implementation of all elements. And I think I had a concern there, and I reflected this last night. So I'm saying this as a member, and I think I'll have to come in almost all these paragraphs because I was unable to participate in the others because of the conditions which were beyond my reach. So please, you will have to bear with me, but just to reflect on those 2 sentences, and then if we can maybe delete them or just get a more understanding of why they are so important to be there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So we have the proposal to delete the last 2 sentences, and just for transparency purposes, I, as a co-facilitator, did not participate in the huddle precisely, just to make that very clear. But Diane, you're asking for the floor.
Just to give some background to Richard, this is text that I proposed. So if we look at all of the documents that we're producing now, we did a step of contextualizing all of them. In the BA, we contextualized with respect to overall financial flows. In the case of the the Article 2.1c, we contextualize with respect to how do you implement that as opposed with Article 9, and so we're making those link. So I think in this area, of course, Article 9 is linked, which is the 100 bill, to every single. So we've done that in the Article 2.1c in contextualizing and making the link. What we're trying to do here, what I as a member recommended here, is that we have to continuously make a link that just spending $100 billion, just like that, has to be within the context of a full, broad implementation of every aspect of the Paris Agreement, not just mitigation, and not just Article 9, there's Article 6, there's Article 13, which is extremely important as well. So I think that is the context in which we want to, Article 2.1c is really important, but we have to make sure that it's done within the context of everything else. So I think that is something that is very important to AOCs for everybody to understand. We need to see the full implementation and the 100 billion applied to that. And of course, if you have full implementation, the demands for the 100 billion will be spent easily in 1 year. So I hope you can, I hope that is helpful to explain.
Thank you for that clarification, Diane. Ivan, please.
Thank you. It's on the 2 last sentences. I think that they will need a little bit more reflection, but first, I think that to say that it's just one element, it may be construed as it's indicating that it is finance as a whole. So what I would use is some wording like it's a small fraction of, because it's not all finance. And if we say one element and we put that next to means of implementation, it could read as if we are indicating that, yes, this speaks to finance, but there is also capacity building and technology transfer. But I would argue that if we say a small fraction, could improve the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Can we say small share? Just language, yeah. So we have a suggestion to have, instead of but only one element, but only a small share of, and then Abdel.
Thank you. I just add my voice to those proposing deleting the last 2 sentences. I think, we can all agree that the climate change is a much bigger thing. It's not just about the $100 billion goal, but mentioning it in this context we're emphasizing the need to meet the $100 billion goal. So, we could arguably, add anything else saying this is also important, but we don't want to diminish the importance of the primary issue here, which is the 100 billion. So it's a question of context and narrative. Yes, I'm sure I can. If you give me enough time, I'll come up with stuff that I think is very important, and then we should go at. But I don't think that helps. So I don't think the last two sentences are particularly helpful. Maybe it would be better, to focus on the issue at hand, which is the 100 billion. So I think we would be better off with that. The last two sentences. Thank you.
Thank you for that observation, Abdel. Let me just, because Sarihun has the hand up for a while, want to give him and Ali now as well. We're going back to where we were yesterday, and that's why I asked you guys to meet in a huddle. And I remember, Abdel, I think you were also part of that huddle. So I'm just trying to, we can all go back to our own positions and all, revert back. We're trying to find a solution here. So, and I want to primarily also, I understand that those who participated virtually couldn't participate in the huddle, so fully recognize that. And let's give the floor to Sarihun and Ali as well. And remember that we only have limited time and we have 3 other outstanding issues that we would need to resolve, just to capture that. Sarihun, then Ali, and then Kevin. Thank you. Sarihun.
Thanks, Gavi. Thank you to... I also didn't participate actually in the huddle, as Richard clearly indicated. So thank you also to Diane for the explanation. In my view, the relevance of this, I was actually asking the relevance of this particular paragraph here, because the mandate is very clear in a sense that we are expected to prepare a report on progress towards achieving the 100 billion, mobilizing the 100 billion per year. But now, after hearing Diane's explanation, I think I fully support the view expressed by Richard in terms of the relevance of the last 2 paragraphs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarihun. Ali?
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. I again sorry for not participating in the yesterday because of my engagement on the 213 report. But the main the point I also want to reiterate what Abdul has also said, that here we are, in my understanding, focusing on the 100 billion, and the last 2 sentences, as proposed by one of our colleagues, is actually diluting the focus of the report from 100 billion, saying that it is only one of the essential elements. I totally agree that all other things are also very important. But again, for now, since we don't have any new goal and the only quantified term in terms of quantified finance is the 100 billion we have, and it's one of the most important indicator of the support means of implementation. So that's why I also suggest deleting the last 2 sentences, this paragraph. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I, for again, transparency, did participate in the huddle yesterday, and I think we were making some really good progress, and I in general, of course, want to respect the outcomes of those huddles, and to the extent we can use that as a basis to forge consensus, I think that's helpful. A couple of the changes that we've made so far, I understand are for clarification and are useful, so happy to do those, but in general, I think I do support the outcome of that discussion, which is to include these last 2 sentences. On the change about only a small share of means of implementation, I actually did understand this in the huddle as referring to all 3 of the elements of means of implementation, so capacity building and technology transfer being the other 2. So I wonder, I guess 2 questions. One, would it be possible to retain both? So the 100 billion goal is important and essential, but is only a small share of and one element of the means of implementation. And my other question is, what exactly is it only a small share of? Is it a small share of finance? Is it a small share of needs? So would welcome clarification on that. But I think it is important to reference that it is only one piece of means of implementation, and there are two others. So I would recognizing we just didn't have clarity on that, would welcome including them both if we can understand what it is a small share of. Thanks.
Okay, since I suggested the small share of, my understanding from reading Ivan's intervention was the full set and the full volume. Also, like, there's quantifiable and non-quantifiable volume of means of implementation. We've had this conversation about capacity building, like not being costed but still provided and so on. And I would say the small share is the quantitative share, but also in terms of like the full scope. In your hands, whether we introduce and one element of. I do recognize we're now tweaking with the last two sentences, and we have a suggestion to delete them in their entirety. And I'm going to take Matthias, and after that, I'm going to make a proposal, and I think you'll just have two options to decide from, and we'll take, or three actually, and we'll take it from there.
Thanks. One additional suggestion might be to actually delete the second sentence in its entirety and then just have the first and the third sentences in, because I do take Diane's point that the context, because it gives context to the 100 billion report itself. And thanks also for circulating these yesterday by email, so all of us had a chance to have a look at them. So if we have the first and the second, and then the third sentence in, it would say sort of that the 100 billion itself is not enough, and it will take the implementation of all elements of the Convention and the Paris Agreement to be fully in implementation mode. So I think if we leave the second sentence out, we still might get the message across on sort of on the context of this. Thanks.
Okay, so we have one option is the first sentence full stop. That's the suggestion we hear from Richard. One suggestion is the first sentence and the third sentence. And then we have also the option of the full paragraph. And I would say if we cannot agree, I mean, you can consider it over the coffee break, but we have loads of things to consider over the coffee break by now. So I really want to close this paragraph. Can we move towards the 1 and 3, which is a kind of a middle thing between having just sentence 1 or the whole thing? Kind of as a compromise. Ivan is saying no.
Yeah, from my point of view, actually, if we would have to keep one, I would keep the second, not the third one. But
So I'm taking another attempt. Can we just go with the first sentence? Sorry, Diane. I have to say in the first sentence, the third one is kind of embedded. We have Richard.
No, I was listening, so I'm trying to get whatever we conclude before I come in again, because I'm listening to my colleagues. So let me lower my hand for now.
So, just sentence 1. Okay, so very sorry, Diane. She's tried hard. Personally, I was really not negotiating now. I would have really liked to retain the entire paragraph, but hear you. And just to quote that the first sentence does, of course, by saying that it's not enough, indicate that we need the rest as well. So it's not explicit, but implicitly it's included. So we'll keep the first sentence. Thank you. We come to issue 2 that's still open. which is the reflection of how the goal was not met. And I would suggest, in reflection of the conversation we just had, that we say the collective developed country goal, assuming that this point will come up, because that was the language we had in the BA and we had opposition against it. Is that acceptable? Seeing no objections, we can lift the brackets. Thank you. We come to the infamous lollipop diagram. So here the huddle didn't come to conclusion. There was disagreement, and when we gave the task to the huddle, we said, if you cannot conclude, we'll just remove it, with the understanding that it would remain in the technical report in this current version. So it would not be in the executive summary, but it would be in the technical report and would be removed in the executive summary. But it's still there, it's not gone. And I had to convince my Annex 1 members very strongly, because I know how much time went into this by the team. So can you go with that compromise? Richard.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you indeed for the very interesting discussions we had yesterday on this one. In fact, I don't know what had happened. Maybe I lost connection at some point, because I did understand the sense of the discussions. Most of us were saying they should remain. And you remember, both me and you had actually reiterated our understanding of this figure, and we said it is, in fact, the only figure where one looks at it and then gets the sense of where we are. That's one. The sense of the reporting challenges, because you have different entities providing different reports, and therefore you get a sense of where we can fix such a challenge, and then you get a sense of what efforts do we have to do to be where we want to be. So I was really surprised when I noted that there was a ton of event when what this document is telling that some of our colleagues want this to be deleted. I said that I think this is a discussion which maybe took place when I got lost in a way. So the member, I think it's really important to have it, and it was reiterated several times that this is a figure which really provides a very quick snapshot of actually almost the whole report. The whole essence of mobilizing 100 billion, the progress report is here, where we are, and the challenge of reporting is here. Who reports what? You see it here in the first glance. So this is why I said I think I strongly believe that we have to keep it. And this is for the good of ourselves as members, because we do not have to say everything in words, but you have to give these things, such things in a glance, so that one can understand and be clear where we are and what we should do to maybe try to be where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. This is why I was able to convince, with long discussions, the Annex 1 members to at least retain it in the technical report. But please, Kevin.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I recognize that this does provide some useful information about the different channels. I think there's a couple of questions here. Richard, I totally take your point that there is a need for a quick, very visual overview of where we stand. I think in my view, the figure that does that best is figure 1B, which is immediately beneath this and sort of contains all of the same information in a much more straightforward way. It also gives the time series, which allows us to sort of show progress over time. I think that's really helpful. And frankly, I think they're really kind of redundant of one another. But at the end of the day, the problem isn't really the redundancy. It's the fact that I think we believe that figure 1A at present is quite misleading. And I think we've compromised a lot by offering the ability to retain it in the technical report, when I think, frankly, we would strongly prefer to see it deleted altogether. We've had a really, really long discussion about the inclusion of various reports throughout this. I think we have found an acceptable way forward with this asterisk approach for reports that are not using language or methods which are in keeping with our understanding of the goal. But looking at this right now, what we sort of see, and it's most obvious in the aggregate estimates column at the top, we have 4 data points, 3 of which use reports that are using methodologies which are explicitly not consistent, as acknowledged by this committee, with the language of the goal. And frankly, to us, that's not acceptable. It seems to imply that 3 distinct reports agree that finance is quite on the low side, whereas one outlier is quite a bit higher. And we all know that that is absolutely not the case. We've acknowledged it with this asterisk approach. There are significant questions about the methods of one of those 3 data sets, and I don't think we could agree to this figure as it exists here. So we really did discuss this at length yesterday, and we've tried to find a way forward on this in the huddle. I think the compromise that we came up with was to not include it in the executive summary, given that the key pieces of information were really retained in figure 1B, and we were willing to include it in the technical report because we know that folks like it, even though really I think we continue to believe that this is quite misleading and frankly not helpful. So again, I think our view is that we wouldn't be able to accept a report with this in the executive summary. We would be happy to revert to the previous version of the graphic, which we thought included more of the relevant data points. But this is obviously the discussion we had yesterday, and we're going to go around in circles again here. So in that context, I think that the compromise from the huddle, which was to include it in the technical report, would be a helpful way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Ivan?
Thank you. I would just comment that I am finding some similarities between the discussion on definitions and the discussion here. I heard that as long as we are presenting the information that is out there accurately, it shouldn't be negated by members. But maybe I am wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder, Ivan. That's why I made that reference in the definitions discussion. So just to be clear, the 2 sources which would have to be excluded if we would follow that approach of not taking into account sources would be the purple and the yellow lollipop, because there's strong disagreement on whether that's accurate or not, or right methodologies or whatever. And we went with the approach to display it, to put it there, to be transparent. And it is in the text for sure anyway. And I do have to say, I mean, the graphic interpretation, of course, it's not built on literature. So it is interpretation of what's out there. So it's not one-on-one copy-pasted from the literature, just to be fully transparent. I'm in your hands. So we will not remove it from the technical report. We'll keep it there. Co-chair, thank you.
Yeah, I think I need to intervene at this point in time. And this is one of the reasons why we had the discussion this morning, because we wanted to have an even treatment of all the issues. And what's ironic is I heard a lot of people saying things about we need to show all the information out there, and now we're having a different opinion on so I think for the purposes of this meeting, I don't want us as the meeting to be accused of being biased in one way or the other. Whichever way you guys want to deal with it, we need to make sure that we deal with it in a manner that nobody feels aggrieved in this committee. That's the important thing. I'm not attached to any of the information elsewhere. But if you remember that in the earlier discussion, the proposal was to delete it and have it in the annex or the technical document. That wasn't acceptable. However, in this case, it's acceptable to delete something and have it in the technical document. I'm not talking of the merits of that. So whatever you decide on this matter, I imagine it will manifest itself in the other matter. And I don't want us to end up in a situation where we are in an impasse and we don't have any documents to submit. So I'd just like to, I'm not saying what you should do. Please don't get it wrong. I'm not suggesting any process forward. But us as co-chairs, we would like to see that we have all the documents that the SCF has to submit. And we don't want to have a situation where we run out of time and we have no documents, and unfortunately it will be myself and Trauda who will have to sit before all the parties and try and explain why. So I just urge members to be flexible, be considerate, and let's find things that does not disadvantage any member in this committee. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And just to reflect, that would mean shifting entire reports into the annex of the technical report if we were mirroring the approach. Definitely not something, as a co-facilitator, I would advocate for. Can we maintain the graph? Fiona?
Thanks for that guidance, Co-Chair, and thanks, Gabriella. I think there's, I completely agree with the consistent approach that we can't be picking and choosing what we want to keep and what we want to put into a different report, depending on what report it is and depending on what the content is. I would say, though, that there is a subtle difference here. So, for example, on the other report, the definitions report, the proposal was to entirely remove the mention of the fossil fuel, the high GHG financing. So that was the proposal, to completely remove it from the. Yes, sorry, in the PO summary. There's so many reports. Whereas here, we are not seeking to completely remove the information. The information is actually presented in the next two graphs. The information is also presented in textual format. So it's actually not a removal of the information at all. The problem I have with the lollipop graph is the elevation of different reports with very different robustness in their methodology onto the same level. It is eliminated, that risk is taken away somewhat with the asterisks, but the lollipops are still there, the same size lollipops, the different colourful lollipops, and so I feel that because the information is already captured there, both in graph form and in textual form, that we can say, I would actually prefer not to have this graph in either the documents, but as a compromise, we can have it in the technical report. In the longer reports, sorry, I'm just getting confused with all the different reports.
Technical reports. The technical
you know what
report.
I mean.
Yes, yeah. The technical report. Richard? Can we go with the compromise from the huddle?
Well, Chair, thank you very much. As I said several times, I'm glad that everyone sees that this figure is not irrelevant. It is a relevant figure. That's the first point, and we all agree to that. And everyone agrees that the information containing this figure is indeed elsewhere in the text. But as you all know, when you look at this figure, anybody could get a sense of what it is that we are reporting on. I do not see the value of someone going to scroll through the pages, looking for the information, which you can simply put across and one can easily see. That's the first point. Now, and I want to reiterate the point of consistency of how we are doing these things. Yesterday, and that's why I'm saying that maybe I lost connection or what, The only thing I noted was the asterisks which were added to provide the context within which these graphs, the figures, the loop, whatever you call it, why it looks like this. So the essence of yesterday's work in terms of the asterisks, to me, was indeed to avert the fear that somebody looking at the graph might get the sense that the methodologies were the same, the approaches were the same. And I think we already know from the asterisks that we appreciate the fact that indeed the figure you see comes from different approaches, from different methodologies, but at least you get a sense that this is how the world looks like in terms of mobilizing the resources we have been given. So for me, having heard you, colleagues, I think I don't see any harm having this here. And I would strongly urge everyone to see it that way, that we need it because it is important for someone to get a picture within a glance of where we are. And as I said, it could be one area of helping us also to find how we can fix some of these challenges, the methodological challenge, the approach challenges as we move along. So please, I appeal to everybody that we keep this one here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Kevin?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we're having an open discussion on this, because this is a really important issue, I think, and I think to reiterate, I agree that we should try to take as consistent an approach as possible across the various reports. I do think there is a little bit of nuance here, as this is sort of a product created by the SCF itself. This graphic did not exist somewhere else, and we have just, pulled the information to present it in this report. This is sort of a representation that we as the SCF have been working on. It's our information, and we're not sort of directly representing statistics or facts as pulled from underlying text, right? Like this particular graphic is something that we ourselves have created, not something that is pulled from somewhere else. So there is a little bit of nuance here. I recognize that we want to be able to display the information that is out there. I personally would hesitate to call at least one of these reports as containing information or facts, personally, but I realize there are a very wide variety of views on that. I wonder if it might be helpful to just scroll down a little bit and take a look at Figure 1B, just so people can see that, again, all of these pieces are here, right? I think the time series is very relevant. The reports with which many of us do not presently agree are included. The range is very well displayed, and frankly, I think this sort of very clearly indicates also the methodological differences between ex post and ex ante information. This, for an executive summary, is something that I can go back and show to my minister and will be very easily, very quickly comprehensible. The other graphic, which we have been arguing about for several days, is challenging for us as finance experts to understand. This is clear and contains all of the key relevant pieces of information for an executive summary. So personally, I think this is really sufficient. We've already kind of compromised a lot by allowing the inclusion of these reports and saying that we could include this graphic in the underlying technical report. I think we've really come a long way on this, and at this point, I really just don't know how much further we can possibly go, especially with this other graphic here. And then the last thing I want to say is that this conversation was also in the context of the huddle related to the recommendations, which I know many of us quite liked and have an awful lot of really, really useful, really, really important content. And I think we would be willing to, again, have a discussion about those recommendations, which were very helpful. And again, the compromise in the huddle was because we couldn't agree to either of these things, to remove them both, even though, again, very many of us really liked and were appreciative of the forward-leading recommendations that existed at the end of this report. So it might also be helpful to park this and have a conversation about those recommendations, given that these were tied up together in the context of that huddle. Thank you.
Diane.
Sorry to come in late because I was so busy with other things, but I have to say that as a scientist that rely a lot on data It's really, as you can see, I'm very passionate about presenting technically correct things. I don't think that this graphic is technically correct. I feel like we're comparing apples and oranges, and I'm not sure. And I will explain why. Also, within the context of the COP, if you recall, we had an OECD report about the 100 billion. We said we don't want that. We had another report from for the 100 billion. We rejected that. And then we said we wanted our own report completed by the Standing Committee on Finance. So I'm just a little bit, I don't want to be political, but I mean, if it's not accurate and if it's not easy to explain to somebody, if you present this just like this, I don't think something like this should be in either the technical report or the summary, if it's not technically correct or data correct. I think this is going to undermine the reputation of the Standing Committee if we're going to be doing it just because we want to include references from a particular country. I think it's great that everybody is doing this thing, but if everybody is going to be conducting the $100 billion assessment, let everybody start from the same standard and data requirements and instruments and stuff like that, so that we can see then if they did that, then this would be really helpful to see the range of options. But if it's not comparing apples with apples, then I don't think it should be in either report. But I'm not just saying a recommendation, I'm just making a comment that we need to really look for the data quality on the issue of comparability with the issues that we're having with the definitions. The definition is one report. We have no summary, we have no recommendation. It is the technical report. So what we're saying, we're removing an entire section from there that was submitted by parties, similar to these parties, and putting it in an annex, which is different. That is a completely different scenario that we are having. And my position now on this paper, my position on that paper is the same. We have to be technically correct. We need to reflect all of these submissions must be reflected properly and in a proper context. And if it's not done properly in time for the 6 o'clock closure today, then we should park it somewhere and leave it for the next round or something like that. But we need to do things properly. That's my point.
Thank you, Diane. That triggered reactions. Abdel and Choi, just to recall, it's 3:50. We have not talked about the recommendations. I would like to recall the statement from the co-chair to have a consistent approach. I do recognize this is a summary. The other one is a technical report. The definitions doesn't have a summary. It's just a technical report. We have a technical report to this as well. There is no suggestion to remove anything from the technical report, just to be very clear. That's what I was able to negotiate with Annex 1 members, even though they don't like it, to keep it in, just to be clear. If we go the same approach of removing stuff from the technical report, as was suggested on the definitions, we would have to remove the source on Oxfam and India MOF, because there's strong disagreement on those. We would have to remove them from the graph, from the text, from everywhere. There's no suggestion to do that. The suggestion is to maintain it in there, even maintain the graph, even though it's strong disagreement in the technical report, only remove it from the executive summary. That's where we're at. And yesterday, when we said the huddle, we said, well, if you cannot agree on any of these 4 open issues, we'll just delete them entirely. So just to also go back to what we said yesterday. Abdel, and then Ivan, and then I'd really want to also talk about what we do with the recommendations.
Thank you, Gabriella. I just want to recall, I mean, it feels like deja vu, but there's more to this, I think. There's if you recall in the definitions, the issue wasn't, and we went over this many times, it wasn't, I'm sorry.
Sorry, to correct, it would mean that we move all the data to these reports into the annex of the technical report. That would be the same approach.
You mean in the climate definitions?
No, that's you take everything that's from here, you put everything into the annex of the technical report. That would be the approach.
I'm sorry, I was making an intervention. You gave me the floor. I was making an intervention on
Sorry,
this.
I was just trying to clarify what it meant, what I said before. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just back to this. I'm just recalling, that there is a context to these things. And at the time, I said many times that it wasn't the issue of the accuracy. It was the issue of the balance and the treatment of whatever that was. Was it a submission? I'm not clear on it, right? But certain data was treated in a way, other data was treated in another way, and we don't understand why, right? So it wasn't, that I don't like this or something. Here, I think, if I understand it correctly, the issue is of range of information. So actually, the wider it is, the more it proves the point. So I think maybe we should retain as much sources here as possible, because I think that's part of the problem in tracking the 100 billion, that there's a very wide range. So I think it makes a point. And then, again, it's not, I don't want to go and open up and, say that this source isn't accurate. I think we said that before. It's out there. It's accurate. At least some people follow it. You recall with some technical definitions that some people follow it, that it's important for them. I'm sure that some of these sources are important for other people. So I don't see why we have to, in the context of this, we should have, the full range of, estimates or sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdel. With that, you're actually aligned with the position of the co-facilitators on this. We're advocating to maintain all the sources in the technical report, even in the executive summary, just to recall that. So that was our position. It was just a reflection of what we had the conversation on in the other room. Richard, compromise of the huddle?
No, I think you hear colleagues saying, I just want to reflect on a few points which have been raised. And this is my understanding, and this is what the importance of this graph, of this figure. We were working on this for many months, and you may recall, co-chair, that co-facilitated that this is one area where we thought the only way we can give the sense of where we are is providing the range from the various reports. And let me be very clear here. It's not about either technically being correct or not, and I wouldn't take that as an argument, because we cannot say that OECD report is technically correct, but the Indian report is not. That would be far away from what we are doing here. What we are doing is to show the range from the various sources where we got this information. So the range speaks to what is the problem, and I think this is what my colleague who had just spoken, that. This is the figure which gives that sense, that this range gives us the sense of where is the problem, because we agreed, yes, indeed, if we want to compare apples and oranges, this is fine, and this is what we agreed. But at least for us, we provide the range from those various people, whether they are oranges or apples, but these are the reports we have received, and if you want to say that these are not correct reports or whatever, I think that would be wrong. Our role is to show that here is the range, and the range is coming from the various sources, and the challenge we are having, those various sources are using various methodologies. They are not consistent in terms of the methodology they are using, and this is the sense of the hysterics we have put on. So for me, this is a quite important figure, and we need to retain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And with that, we go back. I think, I don't even know if Diane's proposal was to delete the source, but the co-chair's proposal, co-facilitator's proposal is not to delete any source, just to be fully transparent. And just what we're doing here, we're having a debate about one graph in the executive summary. That's all we're having, because it's still in the technical report. And if we don't come to agreement, we have no executive summary, we would just have the technical report, just to clarify that, the understanding, if we cannot get anywhere. So, urge you, can we maintain the graph in the technical report remove it from the executive summary. It's not gone. It's in the technical report. It can be looked upon by everyone. You can use it in presentations. There's a scientific source you can quote. It's all there. It's not in an annex. It's in the actual body of the technical report. Richard?
Are you asking me? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I have to repeat what I'm saying again and again. I would want to hear from colleagues who have strong views that we need to delete, because I don't see.
We have a position of. Yeah, just to clarify, we have two completely opposing positions. One is, and I'm just trying to reflect to you what that means. We have one position that is actually saying remove it from its entirety, like from the technical report, from the executive summary, everywhere. We have one position, retain it everywhere. The middle ground was remove it from the executive summary, keep it in the technical report. If we cannot come to agreement, and that's the middle ground does not seem to be acceptable for some, if we cannot come to agreement, we will not have an executive summary. That is my understanding, just to capture where we're at. Ivan.
Thank you so much for the kind. Oh, okay, sorry. So you want me to come in or somebody else?
Ivan has asked for the floor.
Yeah, very briefly, and maybe trying to be constructive. I don't see the value of this graph now. I see the value of it for the future. You remember that the BA has these very neat onion and bubble graphs that evolve over time, that are improved over time. We could have this as something similar, because obviously we would expect the next report to have lollipops that are closer to each other and with better underlying data and methodologies. And that's part of the process that we are trying to move forward here. And for that reason, I believe it would be important to have at least something like that. But okay, that's it.
Thank you. Fiona and then Richard.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I really appreciate you trying to bring us together. And I do note the time, and I have been told that we do need to leave in 2 hours. I completely agree with Diane, and this is what I've been saying for the last couple of days. It's not that we are trying to take away any information. All the information is there. It's just putting it all together in this way is not robust, because it is comparing apples and oranges and mangoes and grapes. If they were, if they all used the same methodologies and they were all responsive to what the $100 billion goal, the original mandate was, or, was not, then that's a different story. But it is late in the day, and I know we need to move on because there are other things we need to agree on. From my side, I can compromise and live with it in the technical report, but that's not my preference. I can see that it means a lot to other colleagues, including as a reference point for future. I just don't think it's not robust and it's not sound, but as a compromise, I could live with it in the technical report. And if that's not accepted, I fully support your approach just to not have an executive summary or recommendations, and let's just stick to the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you. So this is my suggestion, Gabi. I think, can you go to other points so that we come back to it? Because for me, I don't think we are going anywhere on this, because I understand you that we have those three positions. In fact, originally I thought we have two positions, those who want to keep it here and those who want to keep it only in the technical, in the full technical report. But I don't think this is something which we can solve now. I strongly feel that the reasons I've given and my colleagues have given are very clear. If we really are ready to keep it in the technical reports, why don't we keep it in the summary? And this is, as we understand, this the summary which will be much more, reported on, referenced, and all that. And we need everybody to see this. If we all agree that this is important, and this is why I want to keep it in the technical report, yes, indeed, it therefore should be here, where whether you, me, or whoever comes in the next 2-3 years can always see. And this is the most referenced document, not the technical report. And this is the transparency I want to see. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I think we have a graph which is not agreed. Now let's keep it there in brackets and go to the recommendations and see whether and then I'm in the hands of the co-chairs if we have an executive summary with brackets, what we do with that, whether it's just not existent executive summary. So we have an executive summary with a bracketed graph. Now the recommendations, I'm told by the huddle, there was no agreement on the recommendations. There was disagreement on some elements. We ran out of time for transparency reasons to really negotiate those. Some amendments were made, some were not agreed, and so on. So the suggestion of the huddle was to remove the recommendations in their entirety, with the understanding that the graph would also be removed since this was both not agreed. So where do we stand there? Does the committee agree to remove the recommendations in their entirety? Kevin?
Yeah, really appreciate the summary of the huddle's work on this. I think it is true that while we were able to discuss some of the other elements at length, we got pretty caught up on that last graphic. And again, reiterating that these were really important to many of us. I think it really sort of makes very clear the opportunities that this report identifies, both to scale up climate finance, both to respond better to the needs and priorities of developing countries, and very importantly about information related to meaningful mitigation, action, and transparency and implementation. We really do want to see these included, and I am willing to part with them with the understanding that we came to in the huddle that the graphic goes. So I think, again, I don't really see how we can resolve this section without having a clear resolution on the graphic. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Richard? Richard?
Can you please, I got lost because I was a bit disconnected. I didn't hear what my colleague said. We are on the recommendations, right?
So we have the recommendations. The suggestion was to delete them in their entirety. We hear a party who really wants to retain them, but can agree to remove them if we have an understanding that everything which is not agreed in the executive summary will be removed, i.e. also the graph.
I think this is where we need to work as a team, and this is where we really need to understand that it's not really necessary to hold one area of our discussion. If we see anything valuable in any paragraph, it should not be related to the other paragraph, because I don't think this way we will be making good progress. I would suggest that the discussions on the recommendations should be separate, independent, and if we agree to delete the recommendations, the merit of that agreement, the merit of the discussions, the reasons behind should stand alone. So okay. I did understand yesterday that we all had an opinion that we could delete the recommendation. But we didn't actually link the deletion here with the. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes. Richard, yes, just to clarify, yes, the agreement to delete the recommendations was also a result of the huddle, and the huddle had a set of outcomes, and my understanding was that the outcome was a package, and that's what the reference now was. But let me try one last attempt. So the suggestion is still to remove the recommendations. Can we go back to the graph? I'm trying one last attempt to make the graph acceptable. We would remove, because just to clarify, what is the added value of that graph compared to the oversight graph below? It's the per channel information. So if we remove the aggregate line, remove the aggregate public finance and the aggregate mobilized, you really just display every single channel individually, and then the aggregate information is on the next graph. Would that be acceptable? So you remove the first line, you would remove the total multilateral climate finance and the total public. You would remain the bilateral, the multilateral, the MDB climate finance, multilateral climate, MDB climate finance, expert credits, and mobilized private. And through that, you really have just the per channel information, no aggregation of data. The aggregated display of data is in the next graph. Would that be acceptable? And then maintain it in the executive summary and delete the recommendations. I'm really trying. Kevin and then Matthias. Matthias?
Yes. Should I go now?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry if I'm making things more complicated here, but it's just maybe one suggestion could be potentially sort of combining these two challenges that we have with the recommendations on the one hand and the graph on the other, would be to delete the graph from the executive summary, but include as one of the recommendations an encouragement or an invitation to the SEF to, in the next iteration of this report, which will be in the context of the BA, to further elaborate the
Matthias, sorry to intervene. Sorry. The suggestion is to entirely delete the recommendation. So to draft a recommendation in addition, I don't think that resolves the problem.
Right. Okay. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Sorry.
Anyway.
Thanks. We have the co-chair. We have Kevin. I'll give the floor to the co-chair because I assume it's a point of order.
Not really a point of order, but to remind all of you of the time. We have to come to a conclusion on this one, and to point out that there is a one-off mandate for this specific report. So I have heard several people talking about the next iteration of this report. There is no mandate for that, just to be clear.
Thanks. I'm not lining up for that one. Did you also want to say something?
Thanks, Gabby. I think we need to stop the discussion here. What people need to think about on this here is what is on the table now is the deletion of the graph in the summary, have that in the technical report, and deletion of the recommendations. And when we come back, we can see whether that's the way we can go ahead or not. And if you can't agree with any of those, no summary, and then it'll just be the technical report. I know I'm being a bit harsh, but I guess as the co-chairs, we have to at some point in time draw a line. Kevin, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. No, I just wanted, can I get the reaction on the last compromise proposal to tweak the graph and remove the aggregate lines and see whether if we do that, it survives everywhere? Because I do like the graph. So, Kevin?
Yes, I was actually just going to stop our chairs there because I do think it will save us some time. I'm horrified by Matthias's suggestion about following up on this in a subsequent report. I do think removing the aggregate lines would ultimately be fine. Again, I think we continue to have really serious questions about this graphic and its utility, but we really are trying to work toward positive outcomes here over the next less than 2 hours now, and I think we are really close with this really important report. The reason we decided to do an executive summary is because there is an enormous amount of information in the underlying report, and we want to make sure that, again, our ministers can see these very clear high-level outcomes. So, in the spirit of being as flexible as possible and hoping that this inspires further flexibility with the remaining items, we would be able to go ahead with continuing to maintain this graphic in the executive summary on the condition of removing the aggregate estimate line, the total multilateral climate finance line, and the total public finance line, as was suggested by the co-facilitators. So we can go ahead in that spirit from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Richard, can you also go with that compromise?
Chair, I understand Kevin and understand you. The only thing we are saying here is that we seem not to want the mathematics. We do not want to do the aggregation, so somebody has to do the work by himself or herself. I'm not sure that will help because eventually anybody could do the aggregation because the figures are there. So for us, that would mean that we have an incomplete picture unnecessarily because I do not see why one avoids to do the mathematics, which anybody can do. And that would mean that we're giving sort of an assignment to whoever reads the document.
Sorry to interrupt because the co-chairs were clear. Just to clarify, the aggregate is there. It's displayed on the screen now. The aggregate has not been removed. It's actually disentangling the information even further to provide a graph on channels and then a graph on aggregates. So you have both. And I'm really urging you because, Richard, if we cannot come to a conclusion on this, we're not going to have an executive summary.
Yes, but Chair, that's why I said, can we go to the recommendations, then we come back, because now you are pushing me back and forth.
No. The suggestion is to remove the recommendations in their entirety. Do you want to retain the recommendations, Richard? Because the suggestion is to remove them together with this slight tweak on the lollipop graph.
No.
So you want to remove them as well?
No, I don't want the recommendation.
What? The suggestion is to remove the recommendations. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
The suggestion is to remove the recommendations.
Yes, fine, I agree. I agree to remove the recommendations. So what's the other suggestion?
Suggestion is to remove the recommendations, slightly change the graph, and then we have agreement.
Okay, members, the proposal, Richard, let me explain the proposal from the co-chairs.
Hello?
Richard, can you hear us?
Hello? Yes, now I can.
Okay. The proposal from the co-chairs is that the graph of the lollipops will be in the technical report. It will come out of the summary. The recommendations will be removed. And was he?
We'll come back to it.
Okay. But the proposal here now is we remove the graph. It'll be in the technical report. We'll remove the recommendations. And so we'll have a summary without recommendations and without the graph and the technical report there. That's the proposal. And maybe somebody can, will send a message via text to Richard.
Can you repeat the proposal? I hear that.
Okay.
Please?
Sure, Richard. The proposal is that the graph that there's no consensus on will be retained in the technical report and not in the summary, and the recommendations in the summary will also be deleted from the summary. So you will have a summary without the lollipop graph and the recommendations, and the lollipop graph will be in your technical report. So that is the proposals from the co-chairs.
Yeah, but this is the proposal which we already heard, because I think we are going to a closer understanding when we were saying that maybe the problem was the mathematics, the aggregation. So someone was saying that he doesn't want to see the aggregation, but he's ready to see the range and the source of the range. And I was saying that maybe we can try now to go along, to think along that proposal of how we can actually therefore indicate the aggregated numbers in the text, but without losing the you call it a lollipop, I'm not sure, but without losing that figure.
Richard, I respect your proposal, and that unfortunately we do not have time. What we do have remaining here in this room is less than an hour and a half, and we have not adopted a single document. So that is what we're proposing, because we have to vacate the room by 5:30, and we need to hand over the room at 6 o'clock. Yeah. So that is the challenge that we're facing in terms of that. So think about it. We will come back to all the documents and that. We want to just get through everything as quick as possible.
For me, let me be clear on this. We better have no executive summary, because for me, we need to trade things which at least for some of us would at least make sense in terms of the document which you are putting across. So if we can delete completely the range showing the source of the information in the executive summary, I don't see the point we are having in the executive summary, because the executive summary will be just will have no recommendation, we have no overall picture of what is the progress from the various sources, so we can remain with the technical report then.
So your suggestion is we have no executive summary, we just have a technical report?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take that into consideration then. Can we move over to the next item on our agenda, and that's the forum?
We can do draft guidance. It's
right. So let's move to something nice. Next on our agenda is the forum of the Standing Committee on Finance. And do I turn to Fiona or to the Secretariat for this? Fiona?
Yes. Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And we will try and keep this short and sweet. So we have... I don't really want to take more than sort of 15 or 20 minutes on this. We have two things we'd like to discuss. The first is the high-level summary as flagged, the high-level summary of the forum we've just had in Cairns this week. And the second item we'd like to discuss is the topic for the next forum. On the high-level summary, just to let colleagues know, we did something like this last year as well, because as you recall, we had part one of the forum in hybrid mode in Bonn, and it was immediately before the SEF committee meeting, and so we had produced a very short high-level summary, and there were no comments on it from colleagues. We have done something very similar for this one. Please note that it is not, any formal recommendations to the committee. It is a factual reflection of some of the key discussion points that we had over the 2 days. Appreciate that colleagues have not had a chance to review it in its entirety, as we have been discussing other issues today. But I would like to see if colleagues can trust in myself and Mohammed and the Secretariat to produce a very short 2 to 3 page high-level summary of the key discussion points of the forum that we have just had here in Cairns. I might pause there for any very quick reflections. If not, I will move on to the second part of this agenda item.
I think you can go on to the second part.
Yeah, sure. And just to note that we will be producing a longer report as well ahead of COP. So thank you very much for your trust and confidence. And for those who were able to attend, I do hope that you found it useful and interesting. So on to the second agenda part of this agenda item. We need to agree on a theme for next year. It's hard to think that already we are needing to agree, but the earlier we can agree on a theme, the easier it is for organisers to find partners, to find a location, to find a suitable date. We all know that the international climate calendar fills up very quickly, and that Q3 and Q4 from August onwards is incredibly busy. We have already seen, for example, at this forum, how difficult it was for colleagues to come all the way here to Australia, given the various other commitments. And so, the earlier we decide, it opens the opportunity for us to even have the forum in the first half of the year, for example. So we had a brief discussion about this 2 days ago, and there was a list of options that was presented to the committee. What we have heard is a coalescing of consensus around the idea of having something on transition, on financing the transition. There were various elements to that, but we felt that financing the transition encapsulates the broad coalescing of members' views. Therefore, we have proposed a theme on financing the transition. And just to note that the list of sub-themes is not exclusive. We don't have to agree to them here. We have tried to capture some of the main ideas that were presented, both orally at our meeting 2 days ago, as well as through writing. What we would like is your endorsement of the overall theme, and then we can start work on finding a partner and a location and a suitable time, and we can start work. And at the first committee meeting of 2023, we can have a deeper discussion around what the sub-themes should be. So with that, I would open the floor for any reflections, and if you would be happy with this approach and this proposal from us. Yes, Diane. And then Ivan.
Yes, I like it. Thank you. Love it.
If only everything in this committee were that easy. Thank you. Ivan and then Toru.
Thank you. I do like it. I would have preferred to have just in the chapeau, but I understand what you tried to do there. However, I wouldn't lump together the transitional risks that Diane was talking about with just transition. I think those two should be kept separate. And I don't see too much value on having B. Maybe without B, we have enough to work on with the rest of the elements. But that's overall, I appreciate the work done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ivan. So just to reiterate the sub-themes listed, we're not seeking agreement on those now. We are just seeking your endorsement for the overall theme to be financing the transition, with those other details to be worked out at a later stage, just so we can start work already. Toru?
Thank you, Fiona. I'd like to endorse this theme and as quite pertinent theme for next year's forum. And then we can consider it in detail in the coming months and the years, next year. And just I'd like to make a small comment that the sub-item, sub-theme, we can consider like a order or a flow or a bigger theme to more specific For example, since that theme is financing transition, so number C, financing transition in sector, or B, transition towards sustainable economic growth could be like first, and then we can follow the more specific, like D and E and A. And then also I agree that even opinion to split just transition and potential risk apart, because that's not exactly the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your suggestions, Toru, and also for your endorsement. Just to note again, we are not agreeing the sub-themes now, but your comments are noted. What we are seeking is endorsement of the overall theme so that we can start work. Abdel and then Konstantin.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you for the proposal. Just with regard to the circular carbon economy, I'd like to note that it was at the same level of the other proposals, and just to add that the circular carbon economy is an approach that includes several sectors under it. It includes the transportation sector, the forestry sector, the energy sector. So, yeah, it's not at the same level of some of the things that's, you know, that it's listed among. So maybe it deserves its own sub-theme. These are sub-themes, right? The A's and B's. Yeah. So, yeah, if we could just have it as alone as circular carbon economy approaches. And maybe financing the transition. I'm thinking maybe financing the transitions, because, you know, there's more than one transition, many pathways, so that might be a bit more reflective of what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdel. And just to reiterate again, we are not trying to agree the sub-themes here at this meeting, but of course we note that, and then at the subsequent meeting when we are agreeing the sub-themes, we can have a deeper discussion around how each should be listed, and then at a subsequent meeting to that, we can have a discussion about how that is reflected in the actual program of the forum. But thank you for your endorsement. Konstantin, over to you.
Thank you. I just had one similar comment, similar to Ivan. I would probably prefer to have financing just transitions, and maybe remove the word just from the first line and just leaving addressing potential transitional risks. But I'm flexible, whatever you decide. And second, maybe we should set up some deadline on deciding on the subtopics, maybe the next SCF meeting or something like that.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. And yes, we can split those out, but we will have a discussion on that at our next meeting. And I would also very much like to agree the sub-themes at our next meeting so that we can actually begin work around location as well as speakers and so on. But thank you. Ivan, back to you.
Yeah, sorry for coming back, but I now understand what you are asking from us. And if you would like us to only comment on the overall theme, I do believe that because the Paris Agreement only talks about one single type of transition, which is just, I think that the word is necessary as the overall theme. We can argue that there are many ways of interpreting it, but I think that there is a reason why it's phrased that way in the Paris Agreement and in subsequent decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ivan. I think the idea here is that we would just agree the overall theme with just transitions will be also a sub-element, and it would feature throughout, along with other recommendations around sector, around the inclusivity elements, around Abdel's circular carbon economy, which is more of an approach. And so all these would be addressed as sub-themes to be discussed next year. Thank you. Gabriella?
Thank you, Fiona. Just to endorse the overarching financing the transition, be flexible to fold all our suggestions in favor of that theme, because I see that you have included some of the aspects of the other things we have suggested in there. And Ivana fully recognized that just transition is a very important part of the transition financing for many. But I also think we have other aspects of the transition we also should have a look at. For example, the agricultural transition, sustainable food systems, and so on. So personally endorse the suggestion by Fiona, noting that, I don't know, I think I suggested 6 themes and I'm letting go of them in favor of this. So I hope that's okay.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Apollonia, is that you? Oh, sorry, I just saw an A. I need new glasses. Alejandro, please.
Yes, hello. Thank you for giving me the floor. Can you hear me? Yes. Right? I agree with what was said by several colleagues, that the overarching issues should be financing the just transition, that is the language that is mentioned in the Paris Agreement, and that it's the most important for developing countries. And you could make it the other way around. Instead of financing the transition and only mention just transition in one place as a sub-item, it will easily be in the future financing the just transition, and then you could have easily just transitions, you could and addressing potential risks or only potential risks there, and then you will have just transitions towards sustainable economic growth, just transition in all sectors. I won't mention one or the other, but just transition, just energy transition, just agriculture, just transport and transition. It will be easily do, because for developing countries, all of the transitions have to be just. There is no other way for the transitions to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We will note them. Is there anyone else? Oh, Liu Cai.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Okay, I'd just like to have a suggestion. Is it possible for us to add one sub-theme of it? For example, the capacity building for the transition. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Capacity building for the transition. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and we will discuss and agree the sub-themes at our next committee meeting in 2023. We are just seeking overall endorsement of the overall theme at this meeting. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see you. Hi, Richard.
Thanks, Fiona. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me take the floor as a party observer. Just to say, we would generally support the use of the language based on what was in the Paris Agreement, but as well what was in the Glasgow Climate Pact, where the language is very clearly about financing just transitions. And if I recall correctly, the language we used in the FDF decision from last year was financing the just transition as part of the pathway towards low emissions and climate resilient development. So I think if you lose that component, you would be undermining the decisions that we took in Glasgow. Thank you very much.
Sorry for coming in, Fiona. Of course, observer inputs are very welcome, but in view of the time and in view of the fact that this is a decision that has to be made by the committee members, I think that if there are no more committee members asking for the floor, we should come to a conclusion on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I propose that we agree with financing the transition as our theme for the next forum in 2023, and then at our first meeting in 2023, we will come back and decide on the sub-elements, sub-themes. Oh, sorry. Yep, Zahir and then Ivan.
I was hesitant to take the floor. On the issue, I would have to not have consensus if it's not just transition, but in this case, I would not block the consensus of it because the issue of transition in South Africa, it's a policy that it's a just transition because we have to take care of the social dimensions and the workers and things like that. So for me, I would be in trouble with my minister if I have agreed to something like that. I'm happy if you want, as a committee, if the committee decides to say financing the transition, but I would appreciate it then in the report to note my situation. But I will not block the committee from making a decision.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Ivan, oh no, and then Gabriella then.
Yeah, since Richard reminded it to me, I believe it's important that we carry out our work drawing information and the outcomes of the different stages of the process. And we keep bringing the Glasgow Pact for everything, but this is something to which we can use the Glasgow Pact, and that is that it has a specific mention of financing the just transitions. I guess that would be the extra step to talk about plural transitions, and I guess that could help us also to encapsulate all the other interpretations of transitions. But I strongly believe that it's important to add the qualifier just. Thank you.
Just to clarify, so, well, forum themes, I don't think we have taken decision language for forum themes in the past. Having said that, I do not disagree with the concept of just transition, to be very clear. The reason why all these other suggestions we made, right, letting go of them, because I do see them in the financing the transition captured somehow. And for example, one aspect that I personally feel is really important for the transition financing is the technology and innovation aspect. Because the just transition only speaks to the socioeconomic part, especially if you focus just on the right, of the transition. It focuses on the socioeconomic part of the transition. But there's many more. I understand this is a really important aspect, and I'm very sure that this will be covered. But there's other aspects to the transition which are relevant. For example, the technological elements which are needed are key technologies that we will need to have for the transition, or the risk aspect for the transition. And that's why financing the transition encompasses, for example, also the technological aspect. And if we just speak about the just transition, in my understanding, it would solely focus on the socioeconomic aspects. And then I would feel that all my topics that I suggested would not be captured.
Thank you very much, Gabriella. And I really don't want to get into a debate about this now because we need to wrap. And if we can't decide in the next 2 minutes, we'll just have to not agree on the theme and then come back to it next year. So with that, before I go to you, Abdel, Ivan, would you be comfortable with financing the transition with the understanding that just transition and just transition elements would be obviously feature heavily in the forum program?
Thank you, Fiona. I would prefer to, if you would ask for flexibility from all sides, not just from a side that has many members supporting it. I do believe that if you talk about transitions in terms of technology, in terms of economy-wide transitions, all of them have to be just, because that's one of the few ways of operationalizing the CBDR principle and an equity principle. So again, I don't mind having further discussions on this topic, but I would really appeal colleagues to try to understand that obviously there are many elements that need a transition. We can have a transition in adaptation capacity, and a transition in resilience, a transition in the loss and damage issues, but I think that it would be very important if we can agree on something that at the very least, put front and center the one issue that is highly neglected for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdel, and then I will...
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to add my voice to, and I said it in the beginning, just transitions. I think we should be as inclusive as possible, and I think that's the language we agreed upon in Glasgow. And, you know, we might as well be consistent and say financing the transitions. But then, I said that before, I just want to emphasize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Co-Chair, it looks like we cannot agree on the title of the theme. So my proposal is to push this back until March 2023 as we are running out of time. I think that's a shame because it means that we can't start work. Yeah, but anyway, that's where we're at. Gabriella, and then back to you, Zahir.
I'm being the only one vocal on the other one. Okay, you want me to be flexible? I'll be flexible, but then I'll need you to be flexible when we make the program of the forum, because I don't disagree with you in principle, but I do not want to only talk for 3 days, for 2 days, about the socioeconomic aspects of the transition, because I believe we also have to talk about the other things and how we finance them. Not meaning that the technology should not be just or implemented in a just way and so on and so forth. Happy to share elements of the way we have taken, like implementing policies in a social manner, well, all of that, you know, but I do want to have the assurance that we'll also take other aspects. And then I can be super mega flexible, noting that all my topics are gone, just to note that.
If I may, I completely agree. I think that some people have had a very narrow definition of just transitions, and I would happily use one that would encompass all the things that are dear to your heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. We have that on record. So, okay. Can I take it that the committee agrees to hold the theme of the next forum in 2023 on financing the just transitions? Oh, Constantine, please be very brief. The co-chairs are shooting daggers from their highs.
As I said, I'm okay with just transition. I actually support it, but if some members have concerns, maybe at this point we can include technology and innovation into the list of subtopics so we can ensure that we at least discuss it next time.
Thank you for that suggestion, Constantine, but I would respectfully just say no at this point, because otherwise everyone will want to put their sub-themes in, and we are not discussing sub-themes.
Fiona, they are already there.
No, but we're not agreeing them today.
No, but they are.
Yes, that's right, but we're not going to amend them, is my point. We're not going through and amending splitting out which ones, and then so we're not doing that. Okay, that's a bit messy, but are we happy with that, everyone? Okay. Well, thank you very much. We will get to work. Back to you, co-chairs.
Thank you. Sorry.
Do you want to do the draft guidance?
No. Well, I want to gavel this while we... So can we agree then that Fiona and Mo would prepare the report, as she's mentioned, and that we will be doing the theme for will be financing the just transition, with taking into consideration the issues that Gabby has raised, and we will be working on the sub-themes and without being good, and we'll bring that next year. Can we agree to that? First decision. Thank you. Congratulations, Fiona. Okay. Do you want me to the guidance, or you can? No, do it, you. I think.
Okay, next on my list is coming back to the draft guidance to the OEs. I understand we have revised texts for GF and GCF guidance. Ivan, is it you? Please.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to request the Secretariat to please display the draft guidance on the GCF. The good thing is that we didn't have outstanding issues that would require a co-facilitator proposal. So we would only like you to look at the overall text and see if we have captured all the comments that were made. And if that's the case, we can move on to adopt them. So first, please have a look at the draft guidance on the GCF. Please check if your comments were taken into consideration, and if that is the case, we can. And maybe an editorial proposal for the final version is that we remove all the bis, ter, quarts, because we only need a single numbering. We don't need bis, right? So we don't confuse the COP, I think. Otherwise, can we agree on this text as it is, as a basis for negotiation? To forward it to the COP so they can use it. I'm sorry, Kevin?
Sorry, can we just do a slow scroll so we all get a last look and then we can...
Sure, please, Noah, can you do that? So there you have it. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, I think if my look looks like it's all fine with one maybe exception. I think number 2 on streamlining processes and modalities, I don't think that one was supposed to be moved down to the CMA just because that was a full matter. I think we were trying to delete a redundant one, so I think we should, that's not additional in the CMA guidance, and we should just double check to make sure it is in the COP guidance. But otherwise, I think it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. So can we take that on board? Okay, from my assessment, we have about 7 paragraphs without brackets and like 20 with brackets, which it's better than last year anyway. So can we agree to forward this to the co-chairs? If that's the case, again, thank you very much to everybody for the constructive engagement. I give the floor to you, Toro.
Thank you, Ivan, for passing me the floor. Okay, thank you, everyone. And we now move on to the draft guidance text to the Jeff. And I give you a couple of minutes to go through the text, which is shorter than the GCF text. So scroll down slowly, please. All right. Any views? Abdelo.
Can we go back to point 10? 10. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other view? Kevin?
My memory was that paragraph 4 was also bracketed.
Process, so we can take up.
It's possible I missed this morning because our view is that obviously the Jeff's transparency work goes beyond the CBIT, so we just wanted to discuss this further. Of course, support this work, but wanted to further flesh that out. So brackets here as well, but maybe I missed it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Indeed, this paragraph, yes, indeed, there is no explicit disagreement removing removing bracket at the time, but you mentioned that you are not in agreement, and also we need to have a confirmation from the proponent of the input, which was adaptation committee. So we just better to keep in the bracket as assumed, if it is agreeable to all. All right. So we just keep the bracket. Any other views? If not, so we deemed it adopted and then sent it to the COP. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we adopt the draft guidance to the GEF and the GCF. Thank you all for your hard work and constructive spirit. Point. Now handing over to Sahir for linkages. Is that okay?
Okay, we're doing agenda item 6, linkages with the constituted bodies of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. The SCF has appointed focal points to other constituted bodies and thematic areas. I would like to, at this point, just invite the focal points to update us on any activities undertaken during this intersessional period. Any of the focal points that are here that would like to make an intervention and tell us about... I see nobody raising flags. Is nobody here?
Can they just send...
Oh, maybe for the interest of time, can you just send us a brief report of the... No? You want to... Please go ahead then.
You got the email already of the interim status of the work of the joint working group on the... I keep forgetting what the name is. Assessing the impact and the whatever. It's about adaptation, effectiveness, and support. And the joint working group of the LEG, the AC, and the SCF. And you received the paper by writing anyway already. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Any of the other members, focal points? Is there any hands going up? Matthias, I see a hand up there on the screen. I can't. Matthias?
It's me.
Go ahead.
Thanks, it's me. Thanks, Co-Chair. It's just in my role as liaison to the PCCB. Nothing new to report, really. I've been sending, with the help of the Secretariat, a couple of emails through from the PCCB to other members of constituted bodies in relation to capacity building. Just also sort of as a general reflection, which I think made previously as well, the potential role of the SCF in supporting PCCB, but also other constituted bodies in making sure that there is finance available for a sort of comprehensive approach to capacity building, which, this is my personal assessment after having had this liaison role now for a while, that we are too scattered when it comes to capacity building efforts, focusing on one issue at a time, but rather supporting each other to have a more comprehensive approach across all agenda items to capacity building could hopefully lead us to be also having more effective results when it comes to that. So maybe that's an issue which we could be discussing further within the committee as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matthias. And travel safely back. Any other interventions? Vicky?
So just to be brief on the, normally I'm together with Diane following the CTCN advisory board, but I will not be able to continue this function in 2023. So that position will be opened for other SCF members to follow the CTCN. My schedule is just getting a little bit too busy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky, and your schedule will get even more busy. Trust me, I have 3 of those schedules. Any of our other members? I see no other hands. Then I'd just like to thank the members for their continued engagement with the other constituted bodies and thematic areas. Thank you very much, all of you. We'll move now to the next agenda item. I hope that this will be a fairly quick agenda item then. We're going to do the report on the progress towards achieving the goal on mobilizing jointly US $100 billion per year. You will recognize that we had a discussion previously, and the proposal then at that point was that we will have no executive summary, we'll have the technical report as is. No recommendations or anything of that nature. So, the technical report is being put forward to the committee for adoption. Can I take it that the committee is prepared to adopt the report, the technical report? Seeing no objections. Oh, Kevin?
Sorry, so can I just clarify the proposal? The proposal is to fully part ways with the executive summary. It's completely
the proposal is the executive summary does not exist. It's gone. So we only have a technical report.
I feel like we need to continue to discuss that a little bit further. We were so close. I mean, it seems like such a shame, having worked so hard on this over the last several days, to completely do away with the executive summary. We're really right on the edge here.
Well, Kevin, I do appreciate your passion in this, but we've been through this a number of times and a number of iterations. Colleagues, I'm happy to go by what you want to do, but we have technically 25 minutes left, right? And I don't want us then to run out of time and not have even a technical report. So, do you want to wait, or do we do it now? Let me ask Gabby and then Fiona, and I'll come back to you.
Just one last time, try whether that compromise of the compromise with the lollipop in the exec, because I understand it's only just about the lollipop graph, and it drives me nuts that we're losing all the executive summary just because of one graph. The lollipop without the aggregate line, the aggregate public, and the aggregate multilateral, noting that all the amounts are in the executive summary also, in the writing of the text, and they're also graphically captured in the aggregate, which is figure 1b. And if that of course then would also be reflected in the technical report. Can we go with that? Because I'm just speaking from a co-facilitator's perspective, we'll probably have to present this report, and knowing how people are, 120 pages around their heads, and then it's much harder from, like, if Richard and I have to isolate and present, what do we pick and choose? I'd really like to have guidance from the committee, and that's why the executive summary would be helpful for that. So yeah, can we go with that last compromise of the compromise?
Maybe, Gabriella, can you maybe just once again say slowly and clearly for everybody to hear what your proposal is? I just want to make sure Richard Mayungi is on the... Richard, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Richard, can you hear us? Fiona?
Thank you. No, I was coming in to say I thought our agreement was the compromise you had outlined already. I thought that was already agreed. Yeah, but the one about an adjusted figure. So not adjusted, the adjusted graph where you take out the aggregates. I thought that was a super compromise. No? Okay, it wasn't. I mean, I also think it would be a shame to lose the executive summary because this was a report, as we recall, that was the request of developing country colleagues. And as with all the other SCF reports, you know how we can have the executive summary in a nice printout that you can put in places at COP and whatnot. We can't do that with the full technical report. So if developing country colleagues would like their report in a nice, neat little summary printout, then we have to have one. But if we can't agree, then yes. We can't agree.
Chair, I think it's good to have the executive summary if we can, and have the compromise.
I increasingly start to agree with you, Co-Chair, that I don't like the hybrid format. Can people on the online say whether they can hear us and just type in the chat if they can hear us quickly?
We can hear you loud and clear. So, and I think there is a quorum. So just to say, I also agree.
This is
Apollonia.
Uti?
I can hear you.
Uti, you have your hand up?
Yes. Yeah. So can hear you loud and clear. Support very strongly the compromise. Also, just to, this is not the first time that the SCF has got a issue of, having to agree to something at the very last minute. What you can do, if it's not possible to do it, for connectivity issues, whatever, you do it through in writing on no objection basis, basically saying that either agree to the compromise by deadline or otherwise just the, no executive summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Uti. Since we have quorum, I don't think that was only done when we didn't have quorum. Is he there? Okay.
Yeah, I know that we do have quorum, but I would prefer that Richard.
Yes. Hello?
Hi, Richard.
Hello? Yes. I can't connect. I'm trying to connect. Give me 1 second. Okay? Hello?
Richard, yes, please connect.
We can do.
Can we do 21C? Okay. Let's do 21C while Richard is trying to connect. Kevin?
Right, fine. With that, can I invite the committee to adopt the changes as we discussed in the session this morning to the synthesis? Seeing no objections. And the changes we agreed to the mapping. No objections. Back to co-chairs.
Thank you very much. Is the SCF meeting now prepared to adopt the mapping report on 21C? Hearing no objections. So decided.
And the synthesis.
And the and the synthesis.
Do it again.
Sorry. Oh, we have a hand from Lando from the Secretariat. Lando?
Hello?
Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you. I was rushing, but now I hear you. Please,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I don't know where you
Richard,
where you are now.
Yes, Richard, we are discussing now the agenda item on the progress report on the 100 billion. Gabby would like to make a last attempt at a proposal, and I'm going to hand over to Gabby to make the proposal. Please, Gabby.
Thank you. And Richard, just because you missed the first part of the conversation, the alternative is not to have an executive summary at all, which will make our work, I think, very hard in the coming months when we have to present the report, because we have no guidance on what to include in presentations and so on from the 120 pages, and the digestion of the 120 pages is much more challenging than the executive summary. So the alternative is not executive summary at all, or the compromise, I'm suggesting one last attempt. And Zahir asked for me to clearly explain what the idea would be. So the last compromise is to take out the recommendations, to maintain a lollipop diagram, but in the lollipop diagram, remove the first line, which is the total aggregate, remove the total public, and remove the total multilateral public, so bilateral public, and no, total public and total multilateral public, but retain all the separate channels and retain all the aggregate figures in the executive summary as well as the technical report. So we're not losing any information, we're just taking out 3 bars out of the graph, which are also included in the next graph. So the aggregate graph 1b still contains all the aggregate information also in a graphic manner. And with that, that's the alternative. We could retain an executive summary.
Okay, I hear you, and I think I heard this proposal before, and I said maybe it's going to be very difficult for me to accept that proposal because it doesn't logically, I think, follow why one would not want to do the aggregation, which is very clear to me. It's not an issue which is new because it is going to be in the text and in the technical report. What we are doing is to summarize what we have, and I think we need to be very clear that the summary of we are trying to put across is the summary of the technical report. And if we have information in the technical report, which we do believe that has to be summarized for easy reference, I think this is what we're trying to do. So it will be very difficult to accept that proposal. And I think we have had a lot of discussions on that. And the best for me is just, I know we'll be having a hard time. We can even present the subtitles of the technical report, just that. Because it's not about, we are not going to do anything in terms of our presentation to whoever, but just say in the technical summary, you have that title. It's like taking the table of contents and then presenting that. But I seriously did not see why we have an executive summary which has no recommendations, has no aggregation, has nothing, and then what is it for? So for me, I would still stand for my position that we do away with the executive summary, then we just close the business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I tried. Just make it very clear, we will have no leaflet, no nothing, no communication material, because there's no executive summary, and that all builds on that. So very unfortunate. Many hours of work. But I guess if that's where you are, then that's where you are.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Gabby, for your efforts to try. So can we, as the SCF, adopt the technical report on the progress of the 100 billion? Okay, so decided. No, so, who's next? Traude can do the next one.
We have now 2 items left under the consideration of the outcomes of the meeting. That's the 5th BA, an overview of climate finance flows and the work on definitions of climate finance. Diane, which would you prefer to go first?
I think, Vicky, you there? Do you want to do BA first? BA?
I'm flexible because we do have a reference to the definition report within the BA, and we were going to look at the outcome of the definition report to know what to put in the final assessment. But I want to make sure that we have time to talk about the BA as well. So whatever you think is best to do first, I'm happy to proceed.
Okay, so yes, Abdel.
Just with regard to the BA, if you recall, we had an issue with 2 paragraphs, 31 and 32. We have a very minor adjustment or modification, if it can be made. We could keep the paragraphs.
Okay.
I'm just putting it out there.
So, Vicky, so Abdel said he has some minor. Did you send it to me? To send it to us? Okay, so while that is coming, we'll send that to Vicky so she can look at it. If I can go to the definitions. So we got some further inputs from committee member Abdel, and we incorporate them as much as we could into the text. I think it's going up on the screen. So I think that was I don't want to distract him from the BA, but I do want him to split himself in 2 and focus one eye on the BA and one eye on definitions. And just to see if the amendments were okay. So the major amendments would have been in paragraphs 69 to 71 and several other smaller ones. In some cases, so we changed 69. A lot of the information that we had in 69, 70, and 71 were already in the annex. So we basically shortened the paragraphs and left most of it remaining in the annex. Section C, yes. So Apollonia worked on this, so I'm just checking to see if she's there, just in case I need some help. Scroll in. You want to see which paragraph? Which part? Yeah, it was just the beginning of section C. Okay.
I don't see the paragraph. I think we took it from the BA and we discussed it, I think, offline.
Yeah, it's not in there. One from the BA. Okay, let me just check. So while we're looking for that, Abdel, can you just check the other sections? See, oh, that's the last thing you're looking for. Oh, I'll send it.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it even in the draft that was, or the version that was sent to me. So if there's another version with that long paragraph that we proposed adding from the BA, I'd rather look at it all at once. It's just section 5, I can look at it. Do you want to go to the BA while they get the...
Right, so that's the last thing on the definitions. I have the text right here.
Do
okay. All right. Then
you want a decision on the spot here?
No, we can go to the BA. Just want to make sure that...
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so it will be added.
Okay, so while you are checking this, let's move to the BA and try to clear that one. Over to you, Vicky.
Yeah. Thank you. And actually, I was going to go. I mean, there's still 3 outstanding issues on the BA, all from issues brought in by Abdel. So, and the first one is actually about this paragraph 31 and 32, where he just mentioned to have another text proposal, but we also provided some text. So perhaps I haven't received your text yet, Abdel, so maybe we can just have a look if the one we had is agreeable. So maybe the secretary can share the text, or are you already sharing? Because yeah, okay. So that's paragraph, so instead of having paragraph 31 and 32, sorry, I'll wait a while. I'm jumping too fast.
So we are just dealing with a technical issue to get Abdel's text on the screen for everyone to see. Give us...
I thought it was going to be our text on the screen.
Well, we should have both, but the Secretariat is sorting it out.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Just in the meantime, do you want me to kind of rationalize or explain the issue we had with those 2 paragraphs?
Frankly, I think that's sufficiently clear by this stage. Vicky, do you need any more clarifications?
I want to see the text. We don't have time for clarifications anymore. So, and this is our proposal from the co-facilitators. So instead of having paragraph 31 and 32, it would be a concise paragraph 33, which of course the numbers will change, including what has been the essence of 31 and 32 and the essence of what's in the technical report, without anything prescriptive, because that was the main rationale that we heard from Abdel, that the 31 and 32 were too prescriptive. So here we keep it to the facts as they were included within the biennial assessment technical report. So that's our first suggestion on this one. I am, just from time-wise, I am going to move forward to the other ones as well. So then if you scroll down, because I think it's better to look at it all together. So this is the issue about the ongoing work on definitions of the SCF. There we are in the hands of the outcome of the definitions report, which is still under abeyance, I guess. So I wouldn't take too long here, but in the depending on the outcome, it can read taking into account the work or the ongoing work. And yeah, taking into account this bracket as well. So, but I think we need to know what happens with the definition report to know if it's, well, ongoing or not. Then we scroll further down. Here on paragraph 50, we ask flexibility from one side to have climate finance providers instead of developed countries and climate finance providers. And on the other side, on paragraph 51, we ask flexibility from the other side to include the paragraph that is asking for further climate investments for the NDCs. So those are the main changes. If I'm not forgetting anything, nope, I'm not. So those are the main changes, and I was actually just going to ask if we can all agree with all of them at once, because I do think it's a fair give and take situation between all of those paragraphs. But opening the floor now, go ahead.
Vicky Abdel is asking for the floor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just sent colleagues in the Secretariat my textual proposal to minor amendments to the paragraphs 31, was it 31 and 32? Yes. I just want to mention the problem with those paragraphs is that they were prejudicial, or they made assumptions about certain investments in other areas. For example, like conventional energy. They assumed that it seemed that the goal of it was, in its original form, was that, climate investments, supposedly renewable, are 3% less than a fossil fuel, if I remember. I mean, that's not the question. The question is are climate investments enough or not? So I made that amendment. I could perhaps read it out to you if you haven't received the text. It would just straightforward, mention that or address that point. Just a second. Sorry, I lost it. Anyway, so the point was that we focus on the climate-related investments and increasing them. We don't have to compare to fossil fuels or subsidies in other sectors. I don't see that as relevant. The assumption, it seems, from the author of the paragraph was that there is this zero kind of sum dynamic between conventional energy and renewable energy. That's not true at all. I mean, even in my country, even though we're increasing renewable energy, we still are investing in fossil fuels. Of course, fossil fuels themselves will require...
Can I just, and we know the rationale, can I ask the Secretariat then if your amendments are on 31, 32, that they also put it on the screen as you've submitted it? So instead, keep 33 as it is, and then so that people can change it. In the meantime, I also ask you about the recommendations as just presented, so that in paragraph 50 and 51, those elements are fine for you as well. I hope you were able to listen before, or do I have to explain it again? So in paragraph 50 would read, encourage climate finance providers and recipients instead of developed country and climate finance providers. So that's where we're asking flexibility from your side. Well, paragraph 51 then includes the paragraph on the support for the NDCs, taken what has been in the report itself, in the technical report, and I will read it to you. encourage development finance institutions to continue their essential role in helping developing countries to deliver on their NDCs, in particular NDCs by expanding climate investment through either expanding the availability of development assistance or boosting climate-related investments directly. So those two paragraphs, are those okay by you?
I'm sorry. Paragraph 50, right?
Yes.
Could you scroll to paragraph 50? Because I think it's paragraph 50.
They can't scroll because now they're changing the text.
Okay, in paragraph 50, as long as we have a bracket around recipients, I think. What is it?
No, I'm asking,
That's why
there's no more time for brackets, right? I mean, basically, okay, it's 53 and 54 now. Whatever. So it's basically asking you, on the one hand, to show flexibility in paragraph 53. On the other hand, then we show, other parties or other members are showing flexibility in paragraph 54. I'm just very mindful of the time.
I guess we can show flexibility, sure, on those paragraphs.
Okay, and then I hope other SCF members can show flexibility on paragraph 54. That's what I'm asking. So those two can be cleaned up, and then there's no more brackets in there. Okay.
So just to be clear, 53 would read, encourage climate finance providers and recipients, and so on.
Yes. And
we remove the brackets at the end of 53?
All brackets will be removed, yeah.
Yeah. And then in 54, we have the text that is between the second set of brackets, reading encourage development finance institutions, and to continue, and until climate-related investments directly. And that's a package.
Yeah. Okay, so then basically the recommendations are done except the one that was still pending based on the work of the definitions report. So that's paragraph 42. So yes, let's go back to 34 and 35. So this is now the proposal made by Abdel on those two paragraphs. And I just want to open the floor to see if people want to comment on that. Below, you can't see it on the screen anymore, but you have the proposal that actually came from the co-facilitators. But we're in your hands to agree, to see to which one you want to agree. So opening the floor for reactions on these two.
Sorry, Vicky, before we open the floor, I need a clarification because para 34 and 35 as amended, they still have sentences in brackets. So what happens to these, this text in brackets? That's not clear. Abdel?
I don't think there will be any brackets that they're supposed to go.
I would assume the same.
The question was what happens to the text in brackets in para 34 and 35. The text stays and the brackets go. Okay.
other reactions from other CF members? If not, I'm happy to read myself, if that's possible.
Vicky, I have flags from Kevin and Gabriela.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just reading through and trying to digest this new proposal, which is a little more complicated. I'm noticing at the beginning of what is now 34, global climate finance in 2019 to 2020 was estimated to be only figure. I feel like the only made sense when it was a comparison to some other number, and now we don't have a comparison. So
we have to clean up the text. So once
yeah. So would it just be estimated to be figure in 2020? Would that be clearer? And I sort of like the additional sentences as well. So yeah, would advocate for keeping those if we were to go for Abdel's proposal here. Thanks.
Was Gabby also asking the floor?
Yeah, so I understand the other sentences would remain after what comes in the first sentence, right? Just to fully understand your proposal, Abdel, it would be paragraph 34 and 35 with alignment instead of transition, and with all the text remaining except that part which is deleted on the fossil fuel investments. Yeah. Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, I think we could work with it if we make a new paragraph after in 2020, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So after in 2020, you make a new paragraph, because now it doesn't flow anymore, because when you say more needs to be done to better ensure that finance flows are consistent with climate change objectives, you're giving the indication that climate finance does not align with climate change objectives. You don't want to convey that message, I'm assuming.
No, I never said that. No. Well, the message is that it's only so, that a certain figure, which means it's not enough, that more needs to be done. You don't have to compare it to something else.
Yeah, so I agree with Kevin. I would not, the only doesn't work because we're not comparing it to anything. I can work with that sentence without the only, and then with a new paragraph, that because it's a different concept in the paragraph thereafter. All the sentences below speak to a different concept than the paragraph, than the first sentence on fossil that you have removed. Now it doesn't, like the concept in the sentences below speak to the former sentence which you have removed. So now you have a new sentence speaking to global climate finance, which fine, and we honestly remove one of the key elements of the BA from the executive summary. I find it highly problematic, but I'm willing to go with it for the time we're at, fine, but just make a new paragraph for the logic of the reader.
It's just to clean it up. It's just to clean up the language and the flow. Yeah.
Just a question, if I may. Would this new paragraph introduce kind of new areas? It's just a cleanup editorial.
Just look, it's there. It's so after 2020, make a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
more needs to be done. Okay, I guess that's fine. And of course, we would get rid of the paragraph right above. Yeah. Okay, I think that's workable. That's. Since I have the floor, is this settled? Or?
If all the members agree to it, it is settled. We would go with the proposal from Abdel as very slightly amended, and that would be the paragraphs 34, 35, and 36 on the screen. Cleaned up, of course.
if I may. Yes, I beg your indulgence just to go back to, I forget what the paragraphs were they 50 or something? You were asking me about the recipients, and it just occurred to me that I made a proposal there that I think is missing now. The addition of developed countries, not providers. I just want to check and see whether it's still there or not. Yeah, okay, so that's encourage developed countries and climate. Yeah, no, I think we can't go with that. I mean, that's agreed language. Didn't we say that before?
If it's about encourage climate finance provider and the recipients, that's where we asked, you just mentioned that you had the flexibility to agree to having a reference to climate finance providers and recipients, taking into account that we take up an additional paragraph, so the one below, on expanding climate investment for NDCs.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. You asked me about recipients alone, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist on the inclusion of developed countries, and I think it was in another paragraph.
That we also take up paragraph 55, the one below?
Yes, I think I'm just trying to, yes, develop, no, I see developing, but where's encourages, I remember I proposed it.
It's the colors that, yeah, but that was the discussion that we had. Are you talking about, can you take out the yellow, because maybe that makes it less visible, I don't know. So the new paragraph 54 would read, encourage climate finance providers and recipients to continue to enhance access to climate finance, including by data. And the new paragraph 55, it does then also contain the request that was made in a written format to expand climate investment for the support for NDCs.
I don't see as, the developed countries and the climate finance providers to be mutually exclusive. I think they can go together, but as long as we retain developed countries, of course it's understood.
That's not what we, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, of course it's understood in the case of providers, maybe they'd have something else to do on their end as far as access, but it wouldn't be the same as developed countries. But I think the point was to keep developed countries.
And if you keep developed countries, then we delete paragraph 55.
I don't see what one has to do with the other. I think they could both be kept.
It's because, I mean, we just asked if there was flexibility from your side on one so that others could show flexibility on the other ones. So yes, it became the trade-off right now. That's where we at 15 minutes before the end of the meeting. It's basic. That's where we at. And climate finance providers include developed countries. Many have mentioned that before. So I'm saying, but yeah, if other people would like to react, feel free to do so.
Okay, I'm really starting to get fed up here, but I'm making a last compromise proposal because we really need to get this done, because I know you need to see developed countries for whichever reason. To make it logic, it would have to say developed countries and other climate finance providers and recipients, because logically, otherwise you would indicate that developed countries are not climate finance providers if you say developed countries and climate finance providers, which I don't think you want to do. So, and we don't have a problem to single out developed countries. I don't have a, just say developed countries, other climate finance providers and recipients, and then it's fine.
As we have 13 minutes left, and we have still some items to go through, can we put a close to this specific item? We go for 54 with encourage developed countries, other climate finance providers and recipients, and so on. And we keep 55 as amended, and we adopt what was just 2 minutes ago, 34 to 36, as we agreed. And then we still have to resolve the alignment with the definitions report, but that we can only do when we have finalized the definitions. So I'm sorry I'm now abusing my privilege as the co-chair. Either we adopt that or we leave it, because this can't go on.
So the chair had a proposal, so it's not acceptable. The chair's proposal, how to address.
I'm fine with it as it is, and I've spoken on it, as long as you have developed countries there without responsibility.
Sorry, so the proposal that the chair and Gabriela have was okay when they said developed country plus climate finance providers and recipients.
I think that's the final compromise.
Yeah, Abdel, you have to put your mic on. This is the BA.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so with that compromise, and Vicky and I will oversee the cleaning up of the text. Co-chairs, we put forward the BA technical document, the summary and the recommendations for your adoption.
Yeah, we first have to clear the wording with the definitions, but otherwise, except that, I take it we adopt the document.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdallah. So Abdallah, we had, in terms of the definitions, we have added the information in paragraph 63, which is a copy and paste from the BA. With respect to para 69, 70, and 71, we accepted the recommendation to streamline the paragraphs and put and noting that the information is in Annex 2 anyway. And I think...
I'm sorry, this was Section C, right?
Section C, yes.
Do you mind if we have a look at it?
We're going to put it up now, but we only have a few minutes, so we're running out of time. And I think those are the two major suggestions that you put forward that was we could accept at this time, taking into consideration that many of the standing committee members were working on other things and they could not review these. So this is Section C. So those things, everybody on the standing committee, those have been deleted, they're in the annex. They were in the annex all along.
So you give me a second, I'm just opening my document just to compare. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Can you open the mic?
Sorry. No, I was just saying if we could go to section. Yeah. There was a paragraph lifted from or copied from the BA. That's still not there, right?
They're still working on it, I see.
Okay, then.
It was included?
Sorry, this is the second time. Do you mind sending us the final one?
Abdel, well, I'm going back to the chair because we are out of time. So.
May I explain this? Maybe I can clarify. On the paragraph 6.3, I think that you are referring, Abdel, to the paragraph 6.3, and you added text from BA, and we, the two co-facilitators, we accepted your additional information from BA in addition to the current text. So we will keep your suggestion on 6.3 as well, even if it is not now on the screen, in addition to the current text, which is already there. So we will add here what you suggested in your proposal for the 6.3.
Thank you, Apollonia, but I really need to see the text. Can I take it that it was the same text I sent? Because we had different versions. I'd really need to look at the text. Can we look at, if you don't mind, paragraph 59? There was an issue there, even in the last.
Intervention from the co-chairs. You have 2 minutes to finish this.
I think under these circumstances, then...
Mm-hmm.
Read it.
63. We only have
paragraph 59. I'm sorry. In our proposal, we requested the deletion of the revised. Yes, because that's already in the annex. I think you'd have to delete further the eligibility. No, okay. Delete the one you just highlighted. Yeah, I'm fine with just deleting the revised until over the long term.
May I?
Please.
Oh, okay. Just to explain the principle that we follow it, because when your suggestion were in the annex, the exact text were in the annex, we accepted your suggestion, but in this case, this specific information is not in the annex. This is why we did not accept the deletion, just to clarify. So I think that the text can be kept as it is in the paragraph 59, because you cannot see this specific reference in the annex too. But for the rest, we were fine with your suggestion, and we accepted with regard to the section 5. Again, the main concept that you expressed this morning was to have a balance in the section 5, and there was also a proposal from another member to move the text where when it was controversial in the annex. But when this is not possible, we kept the text. I think that this compromise is a good compromise for all, and because now the technical information is still in the report, but is in the annex when it was not possible to keep it in the text.
But still, I have reservations about this particular text. I mean, unless we could, can't we take it to the annex? The very sentence we highlighted before. Because lock-in is a relative term.
Well, I think that we can move in the annex if the Secretariat can help us in doing it.
I think if we move to the annex...
Let me clarify. What is the proposal now? To move what, where exactly? We need to be sure about that.
The revised common principles, that sentence.
Apollonia Kevin is asking for the floor.
Okay, fine by me. I cannot see this.
No, thanks. I recognize that the issue about this section over the last couple of days has been the balance. We've had a huge amount of text added. Over the last couple of hours, we have seen so much work over the last few days get lost. We now have a complete separate annex here, which is essentially full of fossil fuel references. We're out of time. I think at this point, this is a factual description of an update that was made. We've come really far on all of this, and I know how important this issue is to so many people in this room. SIDS in particular have been so vocal on all of these greenhouse gas emissions intensity issues, and it's so hard for us to watch them removed again and again and again here. And I know that it's important to reflect the views of all of the parties. We are trying to retain as much information as possible here. I think enough is enough, guys. This is a factual reference, and let's just get this over the line and get out of here. We have had the largest set of SCF documents and reports in history, I presume. We are so close. We've already lost a very effective executive summary that I think all of us are going to regret not having a COP. Let's finish this and get this done. And Abdel, I know how hard this is, and believe me, I've been in this position before too, and I really just would ask you to be flexible with this one, given it's a technical reference, and let's call it a day.
May I on this?
You are the co-facilitator, Apollonia. You may.
Yeah, sorry, no, because I cannot see the room, so I cannot see if there are many hands. I will propose to put this text in a footnote, so we can go very fast in this way without working on the annex. So if Abdel is fine with this proposal, we can simply put the controversial text in the 59 in a footnote. Is it fine with you, Abdel?
Okay. Yes, he said yes.
Is it fine with everybody else?
Of course.
So on behalf of Apollonia, no, we're just going to close the item, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's just one thing I forgot before we close the item, and it's a very important thing. I just like to thank Diane and Apollonia for all of their efforts, for their flexibility, and for their counsel. They really went, beyond what was required to accommodate us, and we also, tried as much as possible to keep as much of the original text, and I think we've arrived there. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdel. And I think we. For the Standing Committee in Finance, and I have Apollonia say something as well. This is our first product on this kind, and it was, I think, the work of the committee as a whole have improved the text, and thanks to the Secretariat. So, Apollonia, do you have anything to add?
No, Shine, and I would thank you, Diane, the Secretariat, and all the people working with us. So, fine with me, and over to you. I'm sorry, but I'm sick and following you from my home.
Oh my! And of course, want to thank Bianca, who's not here. So Apollonia and I put forward the text as it is, as amended to the co-chairs for adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the hard work that you have done here, and with that we adopt the document as amended. Yes, I asked the co-facilitators if they need to come back.
To come back on the BA?
I thought yes. So, Madam and Sir Co-Chair, with respect to the Vicky, you're there? Okay,
no,
so...
Go ahead.
Okay, so are we reopening the BA? I thought we adopted the BA, but yeah?
Co-Chair.
Right, so, yeah. So now that we have concluded the item on definitions, we would like to represent BA to you for the approval of the text on definitions for your adoption. Thank you.
Colleagues, so with the approval of the BA document, and then the text would be going from there into the am I correct? No, the definitions document. With the approval of the definitions document, we will then transpose that specific text where we had a placeholder in the BA. And with that, are we now prepared to adopt the BA? Are we happy? Yes. Ladies.
Go ahead. I don't know what we're
Yes, Abdul. If you put your microphone on.
Maybe if we could, because when we saw it last, we didn't see it in clean, we didn't see the clean version. There were paragraphs, and we don't want, misunderstanding. Maybe it's good to go over it.
Can we see the clean version? Noting that we'll go rapidly through it.
I think we've already adopted everything else except that one paragraph. Yeah.
Kevin?
Encourages parties through the Enhanced Transparency Framework and taking into account the SCF's work on definitions of climate finance to better track climate finance provided, mobilized, needed, and received. We remove the brackets, change ongoing to SCF's, and we're done. Good?
So we've done all the documents that we need to do. The next item that we need to go quickly through is dates and venues of future meetings. Traude, you want to take us through?
Yes, and I make this as quick as possible. In 2023, the SCF will need to plan for 3 meetings. Following the approach applied for previous meetings, we would like to propose that the SCF give a mandate to the co-chairs to recommend to the committee proposed dates, venue and format for SCF 30, 31 and 32 for its consideration intersessionally. We aim to present the proposal in January 2023. May we take it that the SCF agrees to hold 3 meetings in 23 and that the co-chairs can share the 2023 SCF calendar intersessionally for agreement? Hearing no objections, it is accepted. And report? Okay. We turn now to agenda item 8, report of the Standing Committee on Finance to the COP and CMA. The Secretariat will share the draft 2022 annual report of the SCF next week. And thank you very much at this point for the hard work of the Secretariat. The annual report includes outcomes of the SCF meetings held in 2022 and the addenda that the SCF has already finalized at this meeting. Due to the proximity to COP27 and UN editing timelines, there will be very limited commenting period, and the annual report will be cleared on a no objection basis. We take it that this is acceptable to the committee. Hearing no objections, we will proceed on this basis. And finally, no, not quite finally, agenda item 7, report of the 29th meeting of the SCF. As per usual practice, the report will be circulated electronically by the Secretariat and finalized on a no objection basis. You want to do the closure?
Thank you very much, Traude. I'd like to thank the Secretariat and other colleagues. I'd like to thank the SCF members. This reminds me of a meeting in Cape Town during the Transitional Committee for the Green Climate Fund. The only difference is that before we closed the meeting, they were starting to dismantle the room and take away our chairs and everything. At least this time round we didn't, almost. But I'm not, before I close, I see Toro raising the flag. Toro?
Thank you, Tahir, and giving the floor, and excuse me to keep you waiting for the timing, but let me make a small announcement. This will be my last SCF meeting, and it's not confirmed yet, but I will probably take another function after COP27 and leaving current post. So I may leave this function. It's been 4 years. I joined this SCF. I joined in the SCF 19, 2018 October, and so this is my 11th SCF meeting. And then we had a COVID, and it is a very difficult time to continue the work. But it was my pleasure and privilege honor to be member of this important committee, and also it is really much a pleasure to work with you, all of you. Thank you very much. And I don't say goodbye because I will join COP27. So I will most likely to see all of you and negotiate with you. But those who I don't see you at the COP, thank you very much. And yes, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toro. We wish you well on all your future career paths. I'm sure our paths will cross in somewhere on the continent. I have also Ali who wants to make an announcement. Ali?
Yeah, thank you, Zahir, and thank you, everyone. Just like Toro, I also want to say goodbye as a committee member because this year I'll be replaced by someone from the Republic of Korea for the next year. This was my I guess I spent, because of COVID, more than like 2 years in the committee, and it was a very productive experience, and I learned a lot. Since I'm relatively newer in the process, it was, in fact, a really wonderful experience working with all of you. And I really thank each and every one of you and the Secretariat for extending all possible support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we wish you also all the best in your future ventures. I'm sure we will see you at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I'd like to thank also the technicians working there at the back, who we gave a lot of hard time because we don't switch the mic on when we speak to each other. But thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the observers. Thank you very much for the colleagues, Vicky and all the others who woke up at the middle of the mornings and late nights and all-night sessions. It has been a challenging meeting, but at the end we rose to the occasion as a group, and we took in the decisions that we have been mandated to take. So with that, Troude, anything from your side you want to say before we officially close the meeting?
Yeah, just to echo the thanks to the whole committee for the constructive spirit that enabled us to finalize our work to deliver to the COP and CMA. Thanks to Fiona in person and to her team and to the Government of Australia and to the custodians of the country, past, present, and future. And also a big thank you to the whole Secretariat team for their tireless work.
Thank you very much, Troude. And I've been now told that the Secretariat wants to take the floor because they will be leaving the SCF as well.
What?
No. Just kidding. Secretariat.
Thank you, co-chairs. On behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to make a brief intervention. So congratulations for concluding all your work here in Cairns. We definitely owe our comfortable stay to Fiona and her incredible team that worked really, really, really hard, and we know that firsthand, starting from, I think, beginning of the year, and definitely very intensive since June. On behalf of my manager, Lando, I want to thank the team here. We came as a very lean team. I think this is the thinnest physical staff that has been there for any off-site meeting. And not to mention that all our colleagues who you don't see are working equally hard with illnesses and with personal issues. They're all working all night and all day. So thanks to them. And of course, thank you to the SEF for always keeping us in good humor and working with us side by side through the nights and eating our cold pizzas. And of course, as a token of our appreciation and a little souvenir for this meeting, co-chair, I'd like to present you a lollipop. Pass it on. So that's the theme and takeaway of this wonderful meeting. Back to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. And on that lollipop moment, once again, thank you, Fiona. Thank you for your government, your staff, your colleagues. Thank you for the First Nation people of this country for welcoming us here. And so everybody's got a lollipop. So with that, enjoy sucking off this lollipop, and the SEF meeting, the 29th meeting, is now officially closed.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you. See you next time.